despite my skepticism, I've always been a fan of a good horror story. A few weeks ago, I stumbled across some reviews online about a supposedly amazing new horror novel. I'll copy two of the reviews that stood out the most to me. Do note, I edited the reviews slightly to fix any spelling and grammatical errors. Creepy and Disturbing, Redacted, is a fantastic novel worthy of at least one read. It explores the psyche of the human mind and our approach to things we find creepy and supernatural. The author did a fantastic job setting up a story and tearing apart the mind to explore our deepest, darkest fears. I won't spoil too much, but I highly recommend purchasing this book before it's too late. Too late? Why would it be too late? Even if it sells out in a few months, surely second-hand copies will show up all over the place. There's never a perfect time to read a book. Now, as for the second review, do not touch this book. Stay as far away from it as possible. If it's in a library or a store near you, my best advice is to move. Find a new place to stay. Or better yet, burn down the location. Either get as far away from it as possible, or destroy it as soon as possible. This book is demonic. It is pure evil and should not even be acknowledged. May our Father forgive us. Now, I didn't know exactly why this review stood out so much to me at the time. After all, it's probably just the ravings of another religious fanatic, right? Well, hindsight's a bitch. Perhaps if I was a bit smarter, perhaps if I was slightly less skeptical, I wouldn't have brushed it off like that. But that's exactly what I did. So, being a fan of a good horror, I decided to purchase the book. It took quite a while to get it delivered, to the point that I'd almost forgotten about it. The day it did arrive was a strange one. An unmarked black van pulled into my driveway. Now, whilst I'm skeptic of supernatural dangers, I'm all too aware about the ones that the real world presents. A man in a black suit and a hat stepped out of the van and approached my gate. I quickly grabbed my phone and I went to call 000. Something stopped me in my tracks though. He called out my full name. How would he know that? His next comment quickly answered that. He had a delivery for me. He held up a black book with white words engraved near the top. I squinted, and I could barely make out the title of the book I had ordered. Okay, weird. I went outside and accepted the delivery. Where can I sign for this? I asked, slightly taken aback by the strangeness of this whole affair. What kind of delivery company doesn't even have a logo? That's not necessary, he responded with a gravelly voice and a tip of his hat. Enjoy. He turned away and he walked back to his van. Wait, I called out. I had so many questions, but he just seemed to ignore me as he entered the van and slowly backed out of the driveway. I stood there at the gate, reading the title. This certainly was the book I ordered, with a small white price tag at the bottom, the exact price I had paid online. I flipped open the book. The very first page was completely blank, except for a black text in the center. In memory of the damned. As you read their stories, remember always one simple rule. Never say their names aloud. I shook my head, likely just some comment for immersion's sake. I snapped the book closed and I headed back inside. Making myself a cup of tea, I got nice and comfortable. It was getting late, and a creepy story and a warm drink was the perfect way to end the day. The first few pages were just your run-of-the-mill horror. Small children screaming for their parents about monsters they saw under the bed, strange sightings when the power goes out, and so on. The more I read through, the progressively stranger and more personal it got. There was a story that started on page 39 about a child who nearly drowned in a pool. It described the environment in such poetic detail. Around the pool was a brick path. Beside it, multiple fruit trees, under which sat a white stone bench. The environment sounded so similar to the pool in my parents' old place. I chalked it up to coincidence, until the child was named. My name. In a moment of shock and awe, I read the name again, out loud. Was this story about me? I continued reading, and it described a banshee-like creature with long, black claws dragging the child into the water by their ankles. I remember that. No one believed me. I just went in too deep, wasn't ready. Just an accidental near drowning. Monsters are not real. And so the story went in the book as well. No one believed the child about this thing they clearly saw. This story was about me. How? I didn't recognize the author's name or anything about this book. I had only told that story to a few other people. Did they tell it to others? Did it spread? That must be it. This book is a collection of short stories from all over the globe. This was likely just a case of someone in my family knowing someone who knew the author. He just never came up. Still, I found it very annoying that he didn't bother changing my name. That's how these books usually go, right? All names have been changed for the safety of the victims. Nothing like that on the front page, though. My emotions quickly went from concern to mild irritation at the amateur nature of this author. I finished reading the story about the child that nearly drowned, despite knowing exactly how it would end. But something caught my eye. The ending was different. And there, as the child lay asleep, outside the bedroom window stood the banshee, waiting to strike again. Was this added fiction just for the sake of a little scare? Did he know something more than I thought? These thoughts, they raced across my mind, but ultimately, I thought it was pointless to go on a mental journey about some dumb book. I closed the book and set it on my desk, and then I went to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, the first thing I noticed scared me to the core. There, against my bedroom window, were several long scratches downward. Scratches that slightly cracked the window. It's important that you understand, my bedroom window is situated in a pathway with very tall, locked gates on the other side, and across from the window is a very tall wall with electric wire. The likelihood that someone could just go up there during the night and scratch the window without me noticing, it is very slim. There are no trees or animals that could have done that either, and none of these would crack the window just scratching it. I tried my best to explain the scratches as best I could, but I could find no logical explanation. Was the book right? Was the banshee back? Because I had read my own name aloud. I felt so dumb to even consider that. Ghosts and monsters are not real. Books do not hold any supernatural powers. In that swimming pool, I was drowning. I was delusional. But what else could have caused this? There was one course of action that I could think of, in the case that this was some supernatural force at work. I grabbed the book and went to the grill outside. I dropped it inside and I set it on fire, watching as the fire slowly consumed it, the paper coiling in on itself and turning to ash with each passing second. I stared at the fire as it burned for nearly half an hour, slowly burning out. When that was all done, I decided to go out for a walk to clear my mind. I tried to answer any questions I had about this whole ordeal on the walk, but I could not. Some of it just didn't make any sense. When I finally returned home, I went to my study with the intent to get back to work. I was halted in my tracks by a most disturbing sight, however. There, sitting on my desk, just as I had left it the night before, was that damn book. The same one I burned. Did someone see me burning it? Snuck in and replaced it while I was out? Once again, that would be very difficult, considering the secure nature of my home, with all the locked gates and electric fence. Perhaps this was just a very determined prankster. When I was younger, I did have a friend who would do these sorts of things all the time, though he passed a few years ago. Perhaps he had like-minded friends and they thought this was a fun way to pass the time. I flipped open the book to read that rule again. In memory of the damned, as you read their stories, remember always one simple rule: never say their names aloud. Was that first line supposed to mean something? Were they referring to this old friend? If this was a prank, I had to hand it to them. They certainly put in a lot of effort. Slightly disturbing, using a person's dead friend to play a joke on them. But that's the way of some people. Once again, a small spell of paranoia poked at the back of my mind. If at all this was supernatural, I had to get rid of this damn book. I picked it up and I decided to go for a drive. My town, it is surrounded by very large mountains, and somewhere on those mountains are deep rivers. I drove up there, to the gates. Locked. No matter. I got out of the car and climbed over the gate, and I made my way up the path. I didn't notice it at first, but the sun was setting, which meant the night animals would soon be coming out. At least I knew to expect strange noises. As I hiked towards the river, I felt a very chilling sensation across my body, as if winter had come early. That was very strange, given that it was the middle of summer. I chalked it up to the night air, and I continued on my way. After about an hour of walking, I finally made it to the river and dropped the book in. My eye caught something that made my heart sink. As the book touched the water, something swam underneath it. Something that looked human. At this time of day, there's almost no one around, and less so anyone swimming. I tried to make my way back to the car as quickly as possible, ignoring what I saw. There was no logical explanation outside the supernatural. None that I could come up with anyway. I did not want to accept the latter. The drive home was unnerving, to say the least. My mind was stuck on that one moment. What was under that book? Was it just some random person swimming? Was it something else? I couldn't sleep that night. I tried, and I failed. The tapping on my window kept me awake, but I dared not look to confirm my suspicions. I kept my back to that window all night. Once the sun started to rise and cast light into my room, the tapping stopped. I got up and immediately went to my study. I didn't look inside. I just closed and locked the door. I didn't have to look to know that book was on my desk. Every night, it's the same thing. The tapping on my window is steady. I've gotten used to it. But I'm not going to look. I know what's outside. You might be thinking that the most terrifying things about Australia are the spiders, or the snakes, or the fact that most of us don't own guns. But in all honesty, these are not scary things to most of us. You get used to it. Oh, great, a redback. I'll swat it with a shoe. Oh, great, a snake in my toilet. Better call the snake catcher. We have a local one where I live. He's always very busy. As for the guns, well, I've never needed one. In actuality, the scariest thing about living in Australia is the silence. I live pretty far out of the way, in a teensy little inland town in Queensland. And what really gets me about living further out west is just how damn quiet it gets. You stand outside on a hot summer night in 35-degree heat, you won't hear a peep. You might hear the odd cricket, maybe a bird, but mostly, you won't hear anything. Just the empty quiet of the land. You probably know where this story is going, right? If you've seen Wolf Creek. Hear me out though. It's important. I went travelling when I was 20 with a couple of mates. Just me, my best friend Anna, her boyfriend Kyle and his brother Tyson. We had a shitty Holden Commodore that we really should not have taken into the outback. Not on those tyres. But we figured we'd be fine. We weren't city kids. It's not like we were going to have any trouble we couldn't handle. We drove for days. Nothing eventful happened for about a week. We got further and further inland. We were kind of aiming for Alice Springs, but we didn't really care how long or roundabout of a route we took to get there. Unsurprisingly, our car broke down on the way. We came prepared. We had a satellite phone and supplies. We had 4 one-man tents in the back and we set ourselves up, called one of our parents to come get us. We knew our coordinates. We had a GPS. It was no problem, though they did laugh at us. They told us something like this would happen. They told us it would be 4 days before they could be there to get us, even driving as the crow flies. We had enough supplies to last. We told them we'd be fine. We were so stupid. So damn stupid. The area we set up camp in was about 10 meters from the car, sheltered by a couple of eucalyptus trees. The best shade we were going to get out there. The soil was red, more sand than dirt. There was no grass, but we could clearly see the car from where we were, even if the bottom half was hidden by a little rise. And that was all that really mattered. The first night, we drank some beers, talked about stupid shit. Kyle joked about proposing to Anna. Anna looked totally freaked out by that, and Tyson managed to get Kyle to stop. Tyson started going on about his electrician apprenticeship. Kyle told him that was boring shit and to talk about something interesting. No, Tyson didn't tell a ghost story. He started talking about sexual exploits instead. We got a bit tired of this. He wouldn't quit it. We went to bed early. Normally, we all get along fine, but being stuck out here with no working car has everyone on edge. I was restless, couldn't get comfortable. I kept on thinking about the quiet. That freaking silence. It got to me, man. That dead silence. No sound. Not even wind. No sound. But our breathing. I guess I must have fallen asleep eventually. But I don't remember sleeping. Do you ever have a night like that, where you swear to God you only blinked? Where you don't even wake up slowly, so it leaves you confused and swearing, honest, that you really didn't sleep a wink. I felt like that the next morning, but it made no sense, you see, because we woke up the next morning and Tyson was gone. But I didn't hear a sound. Nothing but our breathing. So, I had to have slept, right? Anyway, we woke up. Tyson's tent was empty. His sleeping bag was rumpled but nothing was disturbed or taken. If he'd wandered off, he hadn't taken anything with him. Kyle flipped out. He was yelling, swearing at the top of his lungs. I think I was in shock, and Anna just kept on crying. I tried to call the parent who was supposed to be coming to get us on the satellite phone, but I couldn't get anything. I couldn't reach anyone. I checked the inside of the phone. Sand had somehow gotten all through it. The battery was corroding. I didn't understand how that could happen. It was in a sealed bag the whole night. It was inside a freaking bag. I began to lose it at this point. We stayed in the shade the whole day. Kyle just kept muttering to himself. We went to bed long after it got dark. The same thing as the night before. That quiet, that silence. My friend's quiet respiration. There was no noise. I blinked, and it was morning. I blinked, and Kyle was gone too. The same thing as with Tyson. Sleeping bag rumpled. Nothing missing. Nothing disturbed. Hannah started rocking back and forth in her tent. I patted her hair and told her it would be okay, even though I didn't really think it would be. I started to worry that maybe I was the one who made Kyle and Tyson disappear. Maybe the blink sleeps I was experiencing were blackouts. Maybe I was dangerous. I comforted Anna as best I could. She was teetering on the edge of madness though. It doesn't take much out here in the outback. Not alone. Not under those circumstances. That night, I made her bind my wrists and ankles with zip ties. It was the only thing I could think of. If it was me, she would be there in the morning to free me, and she could bind me again the next night. If it wasn't, well, I didn't want to think about that. Because that would leave me alone, trussed up like some kind of roast meat, just waiting for whatever the hell was out there to get me. And then it was quiet. All I could hear was steady breathing. Then I blinked again. It was morning, and she was gone. I dragged myself out of the tent, using my elbows and knees. It hurt so much. I was wearing shorts and a singlet because of the heat. I couldn't reapply sunscreen with the zip ties on. I started to burn in the sun. I started to cry, hysterically. I don't know how long I cried for. Suddenly, I heard a car in the distance. I screamed for help, desperately. Sand flew into my throat. I recognized the car. The parent was a day early. They pulled up, ran to me. I was babbling. I don't know what I was saying. They cut off the zip ties. It took a while to get the circulation back. Slowly, I began to calm down. The parent, I'll call her Sam, went to look at the car. She knelt down to look underneath it, and she started to scream. I know that if she'd been able to, that she would have spared me the knowledge of what happened. I know if she'd been coherent, that she would have stopped me from looking. But I did look. I hadn't been able to see the bottom of the car because of the rise. I hadn't been able to see what happened to my friends. They were buried in the sand. They had been stabbed several times and buried in the sand under the car. Their mouths and their noses had been left uncovered. They hadn't been able to scream because one of the stab wounds had been in the back of the neck. Remember that head on a stick thing from Wolf Creek? And that's what happened to them. They were buried in the sand, and all they could do was breathe. I had heard them every night. I had listened to them dying while I went to sleep. That's what gets me, man. That's what keeps me awake. They were silenced. They were so quiet. I didn't even know that they were still alive. It comes on the rainiest of nights. Before I start, I do not know what this thing truly is, or where it came from, but I've seen it on 4 separate occasions. All I know is that it has shown up outside my house only when it's downpouring in the middle of the night. Not every rainy night, only the rainiest ones. The ones where the rain is whipping sideways and the entire structure of your house is creaking from the wind. That kind of rain. Anyway, as I recall, I was 8 years old the first time I saw it. My parents had tucked me into bed around 8:30 or so, and at this time, a storm had just started to kick in outside. At the time, I loved the sound of storms and the thunder, so I lulled off to sleep pretty quickly as the patter of the rain against my window droned out the sound of the TV. I don't know exactly what time it was, but sometime in the middle of the night, I just woke up. I wasn't startled awake. I just woke up. The light from the living room was out, so I knew my parents were asleep, and the storm outside had intensified to an insane level. Now, usually at that age, I would always be too scared to get up in the middle of the night. But this time was different. I felt an urge to look out the window. I got up and walked over to the blinds, the sound of whipping rain only 3 feet from me. I leaned over my toy box and separated 2 of the bottommost blind strips and looked outside. At first, I couldn't see anything, except for the torrential rain and the Aussie flag that was whipping in the wind in front of the house. I looked harder down the street, and then I saw it. Goosebumps flew across my skin as my eyes widened. Standing there, at the bottom of our driveway, was a very tall, black figure. It had to be over 8 feet tall, and it was very lanky. It was skinny. It had no visible features. But even through the rain, I could make out its humanoid shape. It didn't seem to have a head, or at least no neck to show for it. But that was all I could tell about its looks. There was one thing I knew for sure though. It was facing directly towards my window. I began gasping for air as I stumbled away from the window, letting the slit in the blinds close shut. I fell back. There was something not right about that thing. I ran into my parents' room, yelling and screaming. They jumped up immediately, looking terrified at my condition. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I mentioned something at the bottom of the driveway. My dad grabbed his cricket bat from under his bed, made his way to the front of the house and stood in the open front door with the porch light on, looking out into the rain. After a minute, he closed the door and came over to me. "Are you sure you saw someone?" I nodded, vigorously. "Maybe you just thought you saw something through all that rain." He stood up and ushered me back into my room. I couldn't sleep for the better part of 2 weeks. I would go to school exhausted every day. My parents did let me sleep in their room for a few nights to try to comfort me. They even talked to me about bringing a psychiatrist in, since I wouldn't sleep. But before that was needed, I managed to fall asleep on my own one night. Before long, I convinced myself that I was probably just seeing things. Maybe it was just the rain and my sleepy eyes that distorted what I was seeing. Deep down though, I knew that wasn't the truth. The second time I saw it, I was 14. Same house, same room. I had my door closed as I slept, and the sound of whipping wind woke me up. A storm must have kicked up while I was sleeping. It was getting strong too. The events of that night flew back to my mind like deja vu. My eyebrows raised as I involuntarily raised my shoulders. I don't know why I did this. I shouldn't have. But I stood up and walked over to the blinds. A tear fell from my eye in fear as I parted the blinds. It was in the middle of my yard this time. I stumbled back, screaming. In a second, my parents were in my room. I pointed to the blinds, unable to form audible words. My mum grabbed me and looked at me, asking if I was okay. My dad looked out the blinds, only to turn back to me. "There's nothing out there, son." The same ordeal happened with me not being able to sleep, and this time, my parents admitted me to a psychiatrist. Long story short, it didn't work. I saw what I saw, and no one believed me. I had pretty much linked storms to this thing at this point, and I had given it the nickname. I know it's cheesy, but I was calling it the Rain Lurker. I guess this tended to comfort me in a weird way. I told my friends at school all about it, but of course, still, no one believed me. my friends started to get annoyed at how much I talked about this rain lurker. Some began to distance themselves, saying that I was getting weird. I was constantly searching online for odd sightings like this, but nothing ever came up. One night, when I was 16 years old, I awoke during a freak storm. I knew what was happening. Taking a deep breath, I reached over the side of my bed to grab my charging phone off the ground. I slowly and quietly opened the camera and slid out from under the covers, creeping over to my window, kneeling there. I had been waiting for this moment. After a large gulp, I slowly opened the blinds. Everything came rushing back. I didn't see anything though. I brought my phone up to the window and looked left down the street. It was then I saw it. It was walking down the middle of the street, away from my house, hardly visible through the rain. It was walking slowly, and it seemed to be dragging something behind it. It looked like a body. I froze in the moment, staring at this thing that has been haunting me for years. I was so caught up, I almost forgot to take a photo. I hit the button, but the screen showed nothing. Nothing but darkness and a few specks of rain. I cursed to myself as I looked back up the street. It was gone. I didn't want to be at the window anymore. I ran back to my bed and I jumped under the covers, pulling them above my head and wrapping them under my feet. I stayed like that for the rest of the night. I did not sleep. I'm 19 years old now, and I just saw it again a week ago. I'm only now gathering the courage to write about this. This time, I was a little more prepared. I'd saved up for a high-def night vision camera, and I'd set it up next to my window. My parents kept trying to get me to take it down, saying this was unhealthy behavior. But I persisted. I've been back for holidays from university for a few months now. I only have a week before I go back, and as far as I know, the rain lurker only shows up at my house. It started raining around 7 p.m, and I went into my room and locked my door, telling my parents I was tired and I was going to sleep. It was raining hard, and lightning kept lighting up the sky. I flicked the camera onto standby, and I just waited behind the closed blinds for something. I wasn't sure if I had to be asleep for this thing to appear or not, but it was one of the hardest rains I'd ever seen. So I just waited, sitting on the foot of my bed. By 3 a.m, I started to nod off. The sound of a passing car driving through the flooding street woke me back up. 3:21 a.m. I could feel something. Something wrong. Something evil. The kind of feeling that none of your 5 regular senses pick up. But somehow, you still feel it. The kind that makes your hair stand up and makes you freeze because any small movement will alert whatever it is to your presence. It had arrived. With one steady breath, I reached over to the blinds. Suddenly, my window exploded and glass shattered all over me as a dark, somewhat humanoid hand shot through my window and made a grab for me. I leapt back with a scream as I hit my dresser in the front of the room. The hand withdrew faster than the speed of sound through the tangled blinds, and I was just standing there, gasping for air. My parents barged into my room, scrambling for the light. I don't remember exactly what happened after that, except for my mum hugging me on the ground, my dad calling the police, cops arriving, then all of us leaving the house with my sister to spend the rest of the night in a hotel. "I'm sorry we didn't believe you," my mum said, crying as she hugged me on the way to the hotel in a police SUV. Some still say that I staged the broken window just to make people believe me. But the way the window broke inward and all the glass scratches on me proved that I had not done it. I just wanted to get my story out here on the web so that others can hear it. Please, if anyone in the North Queensland area has seen anything like this, PM me immediately. I will continue to do more research on the rain lurker, and I'll be waiting for his next appearance. My parents have installed security cameras around our house, so maybe we'll catch it on one of those. I still can't go back into my room after everything that's happened. Here's what you'll need to do this ritual. A mirror of any type. A candle of any size or color. Friends to do it with. Optional, but highly suggested. I should probably warn you, once you begin this ritual, there is no way to stop it. What I'm saying is, do not start unless you're planning to finish it. Have you ever broken a mirror? By accident or on purpose? Have you ever looked into a mirror and felt like there was something watching you from the other side? Or seen something sinister lurking within the eyes of your own reflection? You've probably heard the legend that breaking a mirror is 7 years bad luck. Legends about mirrors have been around for hundreds of years. In particular, some ancient civilizations believed that there was a sort of purifying effect to mirrors. They believed that by looking one's reflection in the eyes, it would transfer a person's negative energy into the reflection in the mirror. They believed this had a cleansing effect. But also, they believed it had hidden dangers. That's why breaking a mirror has been believed to cause bad luck. Think about it. If this is true, then every time you look into a mirror, you are transferring negative energy into it. Can you imagine just how much negative energy is just sitting there inside your bathroom mirror? When you break the mirror, that negative energy is released and causes bad luck for everyone around it. For this ritual to work, you will need a mirror that you don't mind breaking. According to the manifesto, both the risk and the eventual reward for this ritual are stronger depending on how old the mirror is. It makes sense if you think about it. An older mirror has been looked into more, and therefore has more negative energy inside of it. In order to begin this ritual, you must look your reflection in the eyes, transferring your negative energy into the mirror one last time. You only need to do this for a few seconds. Then, you need to lean forward and breathe onto the mirror, making it fog up with your breath. My sources refer to this as anointing the mirror with your breath. At first, you might find this strange, but do a little digging, and I think you'll find that the word breath once meant something similar to spirit. By breathing on the mirror, you are symbolically linking yourself to it and to the negative energy contained within. This linking is crucial to the success of this ritual. Everyone in the group needs to do this step as well, before moving on to the next one. After this is completed, you can light the candle. Use your candle to burn the mirror. This agitates the negative energy inside. You only need to do this for a few seconds, or until there is a noticeable black mark on the mirror. Do note, the longer you do this for, the more agitated the negative energy will become. After this, the final step is breaking the mirror. Once this step is done, I suggest you start running. You see, it's actually a common misconception that when a person breaks the mirror, they will be followed by bad luck. This is not true. When a mirror is broken, the bad energy stays in the one spot, near the broken mirror, until it eventually dissipates. Or, at least, normally it does. If you completed the above steps, then you have tied yourself to the negative energies through medium of your breath. This means that the negative energy will pursue you wherever you go. This is why I said earlier that it would be best to complete this ritual with a group. If there is only one person doing this ritual, then all the negative energy will pursue that one person. But if there is a group, then the energy will be spread more thinly. This increases your odds of survival. Bad luck will follow you throughout the night. At first, it will start out as small incidents. A chipped nail, maybe a flat tire. The incidents will begin to escalate though, as increasingly horrific things begin to happen around you. Eventually, these incidents will become life-threatening, no matter how many people you did the ritual with. Like I said, do not start this ritual unless you're planning to finish it. The only piece of advice I can give you for surviving the night is to remember that the negative energy is linked to you through your breath. Your breath is how the negative energy detects you. And so, if you find yourself in a bad situation, try holding your breath. This should make you temporarily invisible to it. Of course, you can only hold your breath for so long. Still, this technique, it might provide you with a few extra seconds to get out of a dangerous situation. At this point, you are asking yourself, why on earth would anyone ever engage in this ritual? Why would anyone ever risk their life like this? Well, most people who try this probably didn't think that it would actually work. But there is a reason beyond that. The bad luck will chase you throughout the night. But if you manage to survive until dawn, not only will you find that your run of foul luck has ended, but that a new streak of good luck is about to begin. The first lights of dawn have a special, purifying property. If you survive until the morning, then the negative energy inside the mirror will be purified and will re-enter your body, filling you to the brim with positive energy. After this, everything will seem to go your way. You'll find that people are generally nicer to you, and that those of the opposite sex are extremely attracted to you. Or, the same sex if that's your thing. You will succeed at everything you do, whether it be a job interview, an important exam, or a business venture. I would highly suggest buying a lottery ticket. It should be noted here that the amount and the duration of your good luck will be equivalent to the amount of negative energy that was in the mirror. If you just bought the mirror at the store, then the good luck will only last a couple of days and will not be all that severe. If you use an old mirror though, then your lucky streak will be far more powerful, and it may last for months or even years if you had an old enough mirror. If you use a mirror that has a more personal connection to you, such as a bathroom mirror or a mirror from your bedroom, then the good fortune you experience will be more suited to your particular tastes and desires. One more thing I should probably warn you is the timing of the ritual. It needs to be started after sunset and with at least 6 hours until dawn. Two common tricks that people try to use in regards to this ritual are starting during the daytime and starting a few minutes before dawn. Starting near dawn is probably the least dangerous of these little cheats. If you start near the dawn, then the negative energy will not have enough time to fully manifest before being purified. The energy will then simply dissipate into the air, rather than doing anything, and you'll walk away thinking this was all a gigantic hoax. Starting during the day is more dangerous. People start during the day thinking that the daylight will instantly nuke the bad energy, keeping them safe. This is not true. Notice that I said it was the lights of dawn that have the purifying power, not the light of day. By starting during the day, you actually give the bad luck more time to pursue you, and thus drastically decreasing your odds of survival. A lot of people might call you stupid or crazy for trying to attempt this ritual. I wouldn't though. I can understand the thinking that goes into it. I can understand wanting to take control of your luck, both good and bad, rather than accepting the seemingly random twists and turns that life seems to throw at us every day. Just stay on the boat, Billy. If I'm not back in half an hour, go ahead and call the Coast Guard. But just stay on that boat, Jake ordered, as I leaned over the rail and passed the skiff's bowline down to him. Those were the last words he would ever speak to me. It only took him 2 pulls on the oars before he nosed the little boat into the rocks of the island's shore. Our trawler was anchored only 20 yards away. Jake tied off to a low-hanging branch near the water's edge, leaving the skiff to bob on the swells beside the dinghy our skipper, Ray Dalton, had taken ashore maybe 30 minutes earlier. Jake glanced back, gave me a little half salute, and then picked his way over the rocks, disappearing into the stunted, sickly-looking trees. I had been crewing on Dalton's fishing boat, a 39-foot trawler named the Naughty Mermaid, for a few seasons now. I was no old salt, not like Dalton and Jake, but I'd been sailing in these waters long enough to know that there were no islands around here. There never had been. Still, here I was, standing on the prow of the Maid, as we called her for short, looking at a tree-covered pile of rocks poking up out of the ocean. I became a fisherman because, well, I had always been fascinated with the sea. Ever since I can remember, I was in awe of her mysteries, and I wanted to know her secrets. But this, an island just popping up out of nowhere, well, this was just plain crazy. Be careful what you wish for, I guess. 2 days ago, we'd put out from port to fish for bluefin and marlin off the eastern shoals. Dalton had planned to stay on the water all week, but by the end of the second day, he didn't like the look of the weather and he decided to take us in. Grey clouds with dark bellies hung low in the evening sky. Like satin lining on a coffin lid, the skipper had described it. Cutting the trip short, it was no big deal. Only 70 or so miles out, we could be back into port by midnight, sleep on the boat and put out again the next day, once the storm passed, of course. At most, we'd lose half a day's fishing. This late in the season, it really wouldn't matter too much. The Maid was still 30 miles from shore when the island showed up on the radar. The stars were thick and bright, but there was no moon. Jake was below deck, reading or sleeping, and Dalton, he'd let me take the wheel. It was a good opportunity for me to get some experience piloting the boat at night, using just the instruments. He hovered nearby, keeping a close eye on me without making it look like he was keeping a close eye on me. Dalton was a good skipper. He had a reputation for taking care of his crew. Even better, he knew where the fish were, and almost always finished the season with a profit. Plenty of more experienced deckhands would have tossed their own mothers to the sharks just to sail with him. But he'd hired me right out of high school. Not many of the other fishermen would take on an inexperienced kid, but Dalton claimed it was easier when he didn't have to break the bad habits crewmen had learned on other boats. He spotted the island on the radar first. "Idle the engine, Billy," he said around the smouldering butt of a cigarette, tucked into the corner of his mouth. "Check your scope." I glanced over at the screen. What the hell? Where did that come from? "Good question. Best let me have the wheel," he said. I stepped aside, taking a closer look at the radar screen. Judging by its signature, the island was about a half-mile long, maybe a quarter-mile wide. We were on a reverse heading back to port, meaning we had sailed through this exact same area 2 days ago on our way out to the shoals. There had been no island there. "Keep an eye on our depth, will ya?" the skipper said. I looked at the glowing display of the depth finder. It says 80 feet, I reported. 80? We're still over the continental shelf, but there should be 60 fathoms under the keel, Dalton exclaimed. "Sing out when we hit 30 feet. Dalton called to Jake to come up on deck as he coasted the maid to within 20 yards of the island. When I told him we were at 30 feet, the skipper dropped anchor and shut down the engine. He flicked his cigarette butt over the side and played the beam of the boat's spotlight across the rocky shore. "What happened?" Jake asked, stepping into the pilot house, his lopsided grin visible in the glow of the instruments. "Did the kid get us lost?" Dalton fished a fresh cigarette out of his shirt pocket, lighting it with a well-worn Zippo. "GPS says no. Besides, I was here the whole time. I think I might have noticed if we'd gone astray." Jake held up his hands at this. "Just joshing around, skipper." Jake was like that. He was always busting my chops, but never in a mean way. It did get a bit annoying on occasion. Jake didn't always know when to quit, but after all, it was just good-natured ribbing. Maybe it's some kind of geological protuberance type thing. Like, maybe there was an underwater earthquake, something that pushed it up, I offered. Dalton shook his head, shining the light on the gnarled scrub trees lining the shore. "Nah, it's got trees," he said. "They ain't big, but still, it takes more than 2 days to grow trees." "So, what do we do?" Jake asked. "I'm gonna go check it out. You two are gonna stay here and look after my boat. When I get back, we'll figure out how to report this and who to report it to." The skipper went ashore, disappearing into the stunted trees. A half hour later, Jake followed, and I was all alone, standing in the pilot house, shining the spotlight back and forth. The only sound was the water lapping against the rocks on the island's edge. I wasn't a smoker, but I had a hankering for one of the skipper's ciggies right about then. According to my watch, about 20 minutes had passed since Jake had rowed away in the skiff, but I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a high-powered flashlight from the emergency locker and I made my way to the end of the bow pulpit. Training the beam on the trees, where my crewmates had disappeared, I began to yell.
"Skipper! Jake! Sound off if you can hear me!"
The island wasn't that big. The air was cool and dense. Sound carried on nights like this. They should have been able to hear me just fine. And if they had answered, I would have been able to hear them just fine too. But there was no response.
Dalton! Jake!
A splash off to the right got my attention. I snapped the beam of the flashlight towards the sound. Ripples spread in a wide arc from the island's edge, maybe 100 feet away. They were too big to have been made by a man. The water was dark, murky, but when I angled the beam downward, I saw a form. Just a shadow, really, shooting along under the surface. I couldn't get any real sense of its shape, but it was huge, and it didn't look like any fish I'd ever seen. It darted beneath the boat, leaving a wake powerful enough to swing the maid on her anchor chain. A cold chill shot through me, from the soles of my feet to the hairs of my scalp. Suddenly, I felt very exposed, standing out by the end of the pulpit with nothing but a fiberglass plank between me and the water. I scrambled back to the foredeck and into the pilot house. In the same emergency locker where I'd found the flashlight was a 12-gauge shotgun made of stainless steel and rubber grips. I dropped the flashlight and I grabbed for the gun. Then I lunged for the radio. Something thumped against the hull of the boat. Something big. The boat slewed to starboard, nearly knocking me off my feet. There was a rasping noise, like coarse grit sandpaper on a plastic pipe. But it was much louder, coming from the portside hull. I could feel the vibration through the soles of my deck shoes. Something heavy, something wet, had just slapped onto the foredeck. It was hard to see with only starlight for illumination, but I had the impression of something like a huge tentacle, big around as my leg, covered in barbs and claws, reaching up from the water and over the port rail. It seemed to slither side to side, touching, testing, tearing gashes in the anti-slip coating on the deck. I only hesitated for a single second before I dropped the radio mic and slapped the big red distress beacon button mounted to the bulkhead above. Dashing out of the pilot house, I made for the mid-deck hatch, nearly tumbling down the ladder in my rush to get below. I locked myself in the forward berthing compartment, pressing my back against the far bulkhead with the muzzle of the shotgun trained on the door. Suddenly, the boat listed so hard to port, I thought that it was going to capsize. Jake's sea bag, full of clean underwear and paperback Western novels, slid out of his bunk and smashed into the side of my head. A crash sounded from the galley as canned goods, china and flatware all spilled from the cabinets. Something keened, like a tea kettle on the boil. It took a moment to realize that sound was coming from me. A heavy thump. It shook the upper deck, and the boat finally righted itself. That rasping sound returned, this time coming from just overhead. Glass shattered, and I heard the squeal of rending metal. My hands shook so badly, I thought I might rattle the shotgun to pieces. The crashing and the smashing above me, it carried on for several more moments, then suddenly stopped. The cabin was filled with a clicking noise, like the drag on a fishing reel, but deeper, more powerful. It was answered by a thrum from below, its frequency so low that it was more felt than heard, saturating my flesh, shivering my bones. Goosebumps rose all over me. Every hair on my body stood on end. "Our Father, who art in heaven, our Father, who art in heaven," I whispered over and over. I knew there was more to that prayer, but I just couldn't remember what it was in that moment. The boat listed hard to starboard. There was another loud splash, and the maid rocked back and forth, flinging me from side to side between the berths. Finally, she settled on an even keel. All went quiet. I stayed where I was, too terrified to move. The shotgun, it remained aimed at that door as I breathed that prayer over and over. I must have fainted at some point. I have no idea how long I was out there before a loud pounding brought me back to my senses. Something was trying to smash its way into the cabin. The door rattled in its frame, bulging under the force of each impact. Splinters flew as the wood around the lock gave way and it flung open. I thrust the shotgun out in front of me and yanked the trigger, screaming. The firing pin clicked on an empty chamber. I'd never racked the slide. "Holy hell, mate! What's wrong with you?" the Coast Guardsman who had kicked in the door shouted. He crossed the cabin in 2 strides and snatched the gun out of my hands. Bloody hell, he could have killed me. I looked up, taking in the dark blue uniform and the bright orange flotation vest. "Shit, I'm sorry. I thought you were..." "You thought I was what?" "I thought you were the monster," I said. "Monster?" The sailor's brow wrinkled. "You better get yourself topside. You've got some questions to answer." Pulling myself up through the hatch, I saw that it was morning. Angry-looking clouds hung low over the water, and the sea was beginning to develop a considerable chop. That storm the skipper had been concerned about, it was moving in. The maid's deck was a mess. Equipment lockers had been smashed open. Fishing gear all strewn around. The searchlight had been ripped from its mount. Jagged shards of glass hung from the pilot house window frames. And the gunwale railings on either side of the middeck, they were absolutely crumpled. The deck itself was covered in deep, long gashes. God knows what made those. "What the hell happened here?" another Coast Guard sailor asked me. This one looking more like an officer. "We found an island," I blurted out lamely. "It just came out of nowhere." "What island?" I started to point, but of course, the island was gone. 100 or so yards off the starboard bow, our skiff and the dinghy rolled on the growing swells, both of them empty. I ran into the pilot house, my sudden movement making the Coast Guard sailors nervous. But I was too freaked out to care when their hands dropped to their sidearms. According to the GPS, the naughty mermaid had only drifted 200 meters south-southwest of where we had been anchored the night before. Instead of 30 feet of water under the keel, the depth finder read 318. It took a few minutes before I could get my head together enough to tell the story. Even then, I doubt I told it well. I explained how we found the island, about Dalton and Jake going ashore, and that thing in the water. When I finished, the guardsmen all looked at each other and they shook their heads. 2 Coast Guard sailors piloted the Maid back to port, with me aboard, whilst the cutter and its helicopter combed the waters for any sign of the skipper and Jake. More boats and aircraft launched from the mainland once word got out, but the storm made any chance of rescue all but impossible. After 3 days, the search was called off. An inquest was convened. I was questioned 8 different times by 7 different Coast Guard officers and the local sergeant. I was drug tested and given a psych eval. In the end, the inquest concluded that the most likely explanation was that we'd been drunk, collided with another unidentified vessel which had fled the scene, or possibly sank, and that Dalton and Jake had gone overboard. They were both declared lost at sea. They didn't believe their own findings. I could tell when they read them at my hearing. They just couldn't come up with any better explanation. In the end, no charges were filed against me due to a lack of any evidence whatsoever. People in town didn't believe the inquest findings either. The story I had told the investigators, that was never made public. But word gets around. I became the boy who cried sea monsters. Both Dalton and Jake had been well liked, respected in the community. Everyone knew that they would not have been drinking out at sea. No one ever came right out and said it, but I could tell. They thought that I was somehow responsible for the deaths of my crewmates, and I'd made up the story to cover my guilt. Conversations stopped whenever I would walk into the drugstore or the coffee shop. People gave me sidelong glances when they passed me on the street. Old Lady McMurdy even crossed herself when she saw me. My own parents started dropping not so subtle hints that maybe I should talk to someone professional about what I thought I saw. Nobody seemed to care that Dalton and Jake were my friends too. I don't really blame any of them though. If what happened to me happened to someone else, I'd probably be thinking the same thing. Once the inquest was over, I emptied out my savings account and I moved west to Alice Springs in the Northern Territory. It was rough going at first. I ran through my money faster than I thought I would. Even had to live in my car for a week. Winter was setting in and the cold was brutal. But I finally found a job as a night clerk at a small roadside motel, and I began earning enough money to rent a tiny studio apartment. It was all a big adjustment. New town, new job, new people. But I tried my best to make the best of it. Alice is pretty much smack bang in the dead center of the country. It was as far away from any ocean as I could possibly get. I'm not interested in the sea's mysteries anymore. It can keep its secrets. I've never told anyone this full story. So, here we go. The meals they gave us at the camp were basic. And I mean, really basic. It was rice every day, which would have been cooked at the start of the week and left in a big metallic bin, accompanied by some sort of boiled chicken or tofu I was not complaining though. It was all part of the volunteering experience, I thought. Everyone called her Pie, but I never knew her real name. She would warn us before every meal. Don't feed the dogs. That food is for you, not them. Some scraggly mutts would appear shortly after we sat on those rigid wooden benches, all big-eyed and sad-faced. I'm not really an animal person, but I have to admit, they melted my heart. If Pie saw us so much as think about sneaking them a bit of chicken, all hell would break loose. Don't. No, please, you can't, she would scream at us. I never saw the harm in it. Just some hungry dogs looking for a few scraps. New starts would come and the old stays would leave on a pretty regular basis. A conveyor belt of young idealists. One of them, a Turkish girl who spoke very little English, ended up breaking Pie's rule on her first day. And I finally understood. I had never encountered many feral dogs before that. I mean, not like those wild things. As soon as that girl lowered her hand with that bit of chicken, they were all on her, biting, clawing, ripped each other apart to get at it. The girl escaped with minor cuts, thankfully, but those dogs turned on each other. In a flash, they had gone from cute and smiley to vicious and gnarling. It had taken me a while to understand it. I was so naive and I'd never seen that much desperation. Thailand is beautiful. The more northern rural parts I was in were surrounded by lush greenery and rolling hills. I was there for 3 months, in the summer of 2011. I'd just finished a stint in university and I wanted to get away and see the world before I had to embrace the world of work. I found the organisation online. It was quite popular with UK students, as well as some Americans and Australians. We would go live in huts, volunteer our time by helping the locals build houses and storage sheds. Then for a few days, the more experienced volunteers would hike into the mountains and go help the rural villages. I mean, very, very rural. Hours from the nearest accessible road, and with only one small generator, which gave the villagers just enough electricity to power one light bulb each, for a few hours a night. It was the bamboo floors that I will always remember. Uneven, painful to sleep on. But it's not like we had a choice. The villagers would let us stay in their houses to sleep, with them bunking up with their neighbours temporarily. Then, during the day, we would help work the fields. The entire village was made up of maybe 20 to 25 houses, a couple of sheds, and a building which looked like some kind of village hall. There were about 10 of us volunteers, and Pie did come to help translate for us. The first night, an elderly woman invited us all into her house. We all sat around this huge wok while she cooked pad thai. It was quite easily the best one I ate during my whole time in the country. "We are so happy you have come," Pie translated as she spoke. Big strong men and women to help with the field work. She gestured to a large area of uneven grass and shrubbery behind the rickety bamboo house. We all nodded and smiled. I think we were all thinking about how grateful we were for the things that we all took for granted back home. The young men and women all leave. Pi began to translate for a frail old man who I presumed was the woman's husband. "What does he mean by that?" I asked Pi. She smiled knowingly. "Well, once they're old enough, the boys and girls all leave for Bangkok or Chiang Mai to make money or study. Many of them, they never come back. There is not anything here for them." It hit me then that I hadn't seen any villager remotely near my age that whole day. It was all elderly folks and young children. I could empathize with the ones that left though. I mean, once you've been to the city and experienced all it had to offer, there was really no coming back to that little mountain village. I smiled politely as the old man spoke and tears welled in his eyes a bit. Pi told us that he had 2 sons and 3 daughters, all of whom had left as soon as they were able to find work in the city. They would send a bit of money back up occasionally, maybe visit every few years, but they wanted nothing to do with the village. "That's why you are needed here," Pi said, before standing and bidding us a good night. The other volunteers seemed happy enough to be there, but I had this lingering feeling that something wasn't quite right. I couldn't qualify it, but it was something about the way Pi looked while the old man spoke to her in Thai, like he was telling her more than she told us. "What if one of the villagers hurts themselves or gets sick? Where's the nearest hospital?" one of the American kids asked. The old man started chuckling at this, obviously understanding the word hospital and what the guy was asking. He gestured to Pi and spoke a few words. "Nearest hospital is 7 hours away, if you have a car. No one in the village has a car though. They don't go to the hospital." Pi laughed, but it didn't make me feel too secure. The old man had continued to chuckle and mumble to Pi, pointing to a shelf behind us. "The villagers, they use old medicine, tea, herbs that cure any sickness." We all kind of looked at each other, trying to mask our skepticism. But at the end of the day, who the hell were we to judge? The next day, we were out toiling on the fields. Our job was fairly simple. Strip away all the shrubbery and rocks, then flatten out the patch of land and square off. Then we had to dig these little trenches which were a few feet long and the same deep. This was so the villagers could plant their seeds. We only had primitive-looking tools to do all this though. Rickety hoes with broken handles and a couple of spades. We were happy though. The villagers needed this patch to grow rice, and we were the only ones that were fit enough to do it under that baking hot sun. The kids from the village, they would watch us and giggle as we worked. We must have been among the first non-Thai people they'd ever seen in the flesh. The group was pretty diverse too, like some front page of a university syllabus. There were a couple of Indian guys, a few black guys, a Mexican girl, and a few white guys and girls. It must have been weird for the kids, I suppose. For all the giggling kids though, there were a few glum faces that stared out at us. Probably a bit frightened, I guess. They always kept their distance too, never venturing any closer than 20 feet from us. I put it down to their fear at the start, but I did notice that whenever any of the kids got closer to us, their guardians would scream at them in a harsh tone. I came to the conclusion that it was the older ones who were actually afraid of us for some reason. We only ever had met with the old man and woman who were feeding us. Everyone that I had met in Thailand during my entire visit had been cheerful and happy to see us there. But the people in that village, there was this weird kind of solemn mood that hung over that place. It made me feel very uneasy. I should not have wandered that night. I mean, they never specifically told us not to, but I think Pi kind of suggested that we just stay in our rooms after dark. I liked most of the people in my group, but see, spending days in close quarters with anyone will eventually drive you a little bit insane. So, I stepped out for a little fresh air and a look at the stars, which were absolutely beautiful, by the way. Something about that crisp mountain air and lack of any sort of pollution just seemed to amplify the night sky. I was standing there, gawking upwards, when I heard the noise. It was like a groan, but a little more high-pitched. I spun my head around, expecting to see some sort of animal, maybe a dog or a cat, but there was nothing there. The groaning grew louder as I navigated the muddy lanes looking for its source. Eventually, I found myself a few yards from the town hall building. Whatever was making that noise was coming from inside there, like an agonizing groan and a heaving. What the hell? I muttered to myself, edging closer cautiously. The ground was made up of loose mud and rocks, so I was very careful not to make too much noise or lose my footing. The sound of twisted gurgling, it began to fill my ears as I reached for the bamboo shutter. I had to see what was in there, making those inhuman sounds. A sharp tug on my arm spun me around, and I was face to face with the elderly woman who had fed us. She was grinning from ear to ear as she spoke. No, 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 only us, gesturing towards the building. That noise, I gestured towards my ear, pleading with her to tell me what the hell was going on. She just kept smiling and tugging at my arm, pulling me away from the building. I didn't want to get in a wrestling match with an old woman, so I went with the flow, but I never took my eyes off that little building. No, 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 only us, not you there. She kept on repeating that and smiling at me. Pi met us as we neared the house I was sleeping in, yelling something in Thai at the woman. I'm sorry, it's just, there's something in that building over there, I stammered with pleading eyes towards Pi, who in turn began motioning to the elderly woman. After a brief exchange, Pi took my arm from the woman and continued with the process of dragging me away. I told you, no wandering at night. Please, go back to the house. What was that? What did that woman say? That's not important. It's only important that you stay away from there. Please, respect their privacy. I have to admit, I did feel like a bit of a dick when she said that. I mean, sure, It was pretty freaky, and it did shake me up. But at the end of the day, I probably came off like some obnoxious foreigner, barging in and demanding to know what was going on. As it turned out, that was to be our last night there anyway. To this day, I swear I could hear that groaning and hissing noise from that house where I was sleeping. Although, I never actually slept a wink that night. It was one of those things that shakes you. You know it's not right, but you just can't figure out why. Now that I know, though, it's a lot worse than I could have ever imagined. I had not noticed the little girl approach us while we were digging. I don't think anyone did. She must have been about 4, maybe a bit older, and she was kind of a frail-looking thing. She wore a friendly smile on her face and tugged at one of the American girls in our group. Then, she presented her with a blue flower. "Oh, thank you, sweetie. Isn't that just beautiful?" The girl from our group dropped to one knee and gave the girl a squeeze. She giggled and placed her arms around the American's neck. It was a beautiful scene. I remember thinking about the differences in our cultures and privileges as I watched these two worlds meet in a warm embrace. A shrill shriek pierced the air, and my perception faded very quickly. My spade hit the mud as I twitched, startled by an approaching sound. It was a woman, one of the villagers, running towards us at full speed, screaming at the top of her lungs. Before any of us could react, she was over the American girl, and with one swift motion of surprising strength, she drew her backwards. The deranged-looking woman began barking at us unintelligibly and pointing at the chalk-faced American on the ground. The child had taken off in fits of tears as she approached us, slowly. I remember how red and swollen her eyes looked, and the contorted look of pain on her face. I had never seen anything like that before. She edged closer and closer. The American girl on the ground, now scrambling back towards the group and screaming at the woman to back off. Pie's shouts filtered through the air, and we all turned to face her as she ran towards us, waving her arms. She grabbed the woman by the arm and she dragged her back. The woman was a mess of tears and howls by that point. Pie calmed her down eventually, and she fell to the ground with a weary thud. The other villagers had formed a line on the top of the hill, just staring at us motionlessly as this bizarre situation unfolded. It was unsettling to say the least. "Get your belongings. We are going right now," Pie barked at us, and we all obliged without a second thought, dropping our tools and hurriedly moving back to the houses. The villagers parted like the Red Sea as we approached the hill, falling back from us with a look of fear in their eyes. "What the hell is going on?" I heard someone say as we packed and followed Pie back to the mountain pass. It was a good few hours hike until we could reach the road, but no one spoke the whole way. We just marched silently through the hillside, trying to get back before nightfall. Now, I have told a few people this, but it's not the whole story. The bit that I always miss out is the bit that I've never mentioned to anyone, not even the others in my group. It was as we left, trudging up that steep hill to the mountain pass that I realised I had left my phone at a ridge where we'd taken a rest. It was about a 10-minute jog back there, and the atmosphere among the group was so strange that I decided to just slip away silently, then catch up with them. When I reached the ridge, I quickly grabbed my iPhone and then turned to meet up with the group again. However, something caught my attention. I realised from a few meters to the west of the ridge, there was a point where I could see over the entire village, like a perfect vantage point. My curiosity got the better of me, and I peered down that steep incline to the place where we had spent the last few days. All of the villagers had formed a line, almost. They were all standing in a straight line from that village hall building, spread all the way out to the garden that we'd been working on. Then I noticed the boxes, wooden crates that were silently passing from one person to the next, all the way to the garden. That feeling of naivety and horror washed over me again. The penny had finally dropped. None of us had realised what we were actually doing. That patch of land that we had levelled, the trenches that we had dug. We had been digging graves, small graves. I watched on with a sickening feeling in my stomach as they lowered the little boxes into the holes. By the time I had caught up with the group, they had realised I was missing, and Pi wore a furious expression, which faded when she saw my chalk-white face. In that moment, she realised what I had seen, and I realised that she had known all along. She broke eye contact with me. She just yelled something about hurrying up before nightfall. Have you ever been driving down a familiar road, noticed a landmark that stands out to you? In the city, you know where you are by the intersection, or perhaps by your favourite stores and coffee shops. However, things are a little different out on the country roads. When driving down an unnamed road, you rely on natural landmarks, like a unique looking tree or perhaps an old truck by the side of the road. For me, on the highway leading to my home, my marker was this old stone windmill. It had been standing there in a field on the side of the road since I was a small child. Not once in all those years did I ever see someone manning those fields. No tractors tilling the land, no lonely farmer with sweat on his brow. I always assumed that it was simply abandoned, and I never bothered to ask anyone about it. Yet, despite my lack of connection, I always noticed that lone windmill every time I passed it. It was a strange enigma that baffles me to this day. The windmill became a subject of many rumours at my local school. Stories and legends went around and around, each one more over the top than the last. Some people said it belonged to an old farmer who killed his family and then hung himself from the rafters. Another story went that the building was alive, if you ever witnessed the old and rusty blades make a full rotation, and someone you love might die. Eventually, the allure of this mystery became too much. So, a group of my friends and I decided to see if the rumors were true. In the warm summer sunlight, we ventured forth because none of us would dare to come in at night. Every step towards that stone structure filled us with a strange sense of dread. The wind was completely still, as if even God himself feared those blades moving. We entered the shadow, its looming structure hovering over us, and even the summer heat could not stop the chill from running down our spines. Just as I reached for the rotting door, a massive gust of wind blasted us, and we heard the groaning of those ancient blades turning. We all turned and ran off, with our metaphorical tails hanging between our legs. As I entered adulthood and moved away from my country home, the windmill inevitably vanished from my thoughts and my memories. As real fears, such as bills and building careers, rose up, the imagined fears of youth, they seemed meaningless to me. That was until my father took ill and I had to drive back to his country home to see him. Driving those old deserted roads, it was like traveling backwards in time. As pavement turned to dirt and streetlights turned to the cold light of the full moon, I felt like I was leaving my adult life behind. I was that little boy once again, wondrously glancing out the window of the school bus. I felt joy, nostalgia blowing through me. That was until I saw my familiar landmark. Jutting out of the earth, like a man-made mountain, was that lone windmill. With its stone base and metal blades gleaming in the moonlight, it looked just as it always had. You would think that, as an adult, it might seem smaller somehow. But no, it still towered over me, both figuratively and literally. 17 years it had been since I had last lain eyes on it. Yet, the fear and awe of it slipped over me like a familiar robe. Before I knew or understood what I was doing, I had pulled off to the side of the road and got out of my car. Questions, so many questions, whirled around and around in my brain. Why did this windmill draw me in so much? Why did it draw my attention every time I passed it? But the most important question of all was, why was I so scared of this thing? Sure, as a child, the rumors and the abandoned nature of it all made it seem scary. But why, after all these years, was I still so afraid? I knew that I had to get moving to see my father. But I also knew I had to settle this once and for all. It was the mystery that kept drawing me in. All I had to do was go inside, and my fears would melt away. All I would find would be a very dusty old windmill, maybe some vacant cobwebs. Once I saw all that, I could move on with my life, close this silly chapter forever. I went back to my car and I grabbed my emergency flashlight. With a determined nod, I made my way towards the dark shadow of the landmark. As I moved forward, I was brought right back to that day as a child. I could feel that same dread sweeping over me. The idea of approaching this structure at night, it would have had 10-year-old me diving under the covers. However, I was no longer the cowardly child, but a fully grown man with an understanding of the world and what was real and what was just silly superstitions. If that was the case though, then why did I find myself shaking so much? I looked up at those stagnant blades against the light of the moon, and I dreaded them moving. I could feel my spine just waiting to tingle and shiver. I shook my head and I trudged on forward. This would end right here, right now, one way or another. I grasped at that cold handle of the old wooden door and slowly pushed it open. A grating sound of the degraded hinges squeaking could have woken the dead. I felt my heart pounding, despite my best efforts to be brave. Slowly but surely, I lifted my flashlight to the doorframe, and with a sense of relief, I saw exactly what I thought I would. There was an old, rotting floor, covered in dust, and in the corner, a dirty web with a solitary spider sitting in the middle. I chuckled at my fear, and I moved to turn around to leave, when suddenly, I heard a loud creak. I almost dropped my flashlight in shock. Memories of running back to the road flooded my mind, and every instinct I had told me to do just that. However, I was not a child anymore. I would not resort to fear and irrationality. I turned back and I began inching my way inside, praying that the rotting floorboards would withstand my weight. I placed my foot on the ground and I heard it groan, but it held true. I let out a sigh of relief and I began shining my flashlight around the room. It was bigger than it had looked from the outside, but it was almost completely empty. There wasn't so much as a rat roaming the floors. Okay, so then what the hell made that creaking noise? I asked myself. Seemingly in response, the noise sounded again, from above me this time. Slowly, I raised my flashlight until it fell upon a pair of dead and blank eyes staring back at me. My blood went cold, and again, my instincts told me to run, but my legs would not move. Instead, I moved my arm upwards, illuminating a haggard face of an old man. My light continued up to his arms, which were splayed wide by 2 pieces of wood. His torso bore cuts which looked like ruins engraved in his skin. The legends of the hanged farmer rang through my mind, but I knew that this was not that. That old man would have to be nothing but bones and dust by now, and yet this body was fresh. Maybe not even a few weeks gone. I knew I had to call the police. This man's family deserved at least a little bit of peace. I lowered my light to grab onto my phone, but as I did, I caught another foot hanging at the other end of the room. Shakily, I rose my arm to reveal the hanged corpse of a young woman. Her body was fresher, maybe only a matter of days. I continued to shake, knowing and dreading what I had to do next. I forced my arm up, and as it rose, my jaw dropped. Strung from the bar of the windmill were dozens of corpses in different stages of decay. All of them, they had some sort of unknown symbol carved into their stomachs. Slowly, the bodies swayed, almost in unison, and a dark realization hit me. Inverted crosses. They were made into inverted crosses. I shone my light a little higher, and on the ceiling above me, drawn in blood, was a pentagram. I could feel my roadside burger threatening to come up as the stench of death hit me. How had I not noticed the stench when I came in? Well, that was beyond me. Maybe I just hadn't wanted to smell it. It was in this moment that I discovered what terror truly was. Not some made-up, childlike fear. Not some adulthood anxiety. But true, unadulterated terror. Every bone in my body turned to lead. My blood froze to ice, and my heart beat like a pounding drum. At once, I was that 10-year-old boy all over again, and I ran out of that room as fast as I could. As I made it to the field outside, I heard a sound that stopped me in my tracks. The windmill's blades began to move. The creak was almost deafening in the silence of the night. That was part of what made it so shocking. There was no wind whatsoever. I found my head turning on its own accord towards that rusty, grating noise. The blades slowly turned a full 360 degrees, and then stopped, as if they had never moved. All rational thought had left my mind, and all I wanted to do was get out of there. I jumped in my car, and I pelted down the dirt road as fast as my car would take me. Even after several minutes, I still found myself panicked. I kept on checking my rearview mirror, half expecting the windmill to come rising over the hill like a giant movie lizard. Finally, when I turned down the road to my father's home, I felt some relief. That was until I pulled into the driveway and I saw my younger sister standing on the porch crying. It turns out, my father had passed away not 15 minutes ago. Had I come straight here, I would have been there when it happened. Instead, my sister faced my father's dying breath alone as he whispered about the winds blowing for him. I missed saying goodbye to my father, and that guilt will haunt me for the rest of my days. I did tell the police about what I'd found at the windmill, and they did a full investigation. The bodies were connected to several drifters and missing persons in the area. They found some bone fragments scattered around, and they believe that this has been going on for decades. They are investigating into who the murderer could be, but I doubt they will ever find them. if their lair is discovered, they'll simply move on to a new one. For there are so many other abandoned buildings out there, so many dense forests, so many dark caves. How many landmarks do people see every day on their commute, always being noticed, but never questioned? What dark secrets might yours hold? Something fell with a thud on the roof in front of Daniel's window. It made a sliding noise as it dragged itself across the slope of the roof, and with another fall, it finally landed on the grass. Daniel poked his head out the window. Even with the faint light outside, he could recognize what the object was. It was a diary. Summer had just begun. It had been a bright sunny day until, in the afternoon, the sky became engulfed by squads of black storm clouds. Daniel ran downstairs with a careful pace. Going out the front door, he stepped inside the lawn and he headed towards the diary. As he got closer, he saw that it was a deep brown in colour. On its right, it had a leather strap holding both of its covers tightly together. As Daniel picked up the diary, slightly stained by the dirt from his lawn, he felt that it was very heavy. Holding the diary with both hands, Daniel looked up towards the sky. All he could see was clouds. Where did the diary fall from? This mysterious book, it now rests upon Daniel's reading desk. As he unhooked the strap and turned the front cover of the diary, he found one folded piece of paper. Bit by bit, Daniel unfolded the paper. As he finished, he saw some scribblings on it. It seemed like a very long letter. With curious eyes, he began to read. April 19th, 2019. It was a stormy night in a secluded village in Shatakira, Bangladesh. 26-year-old housewife Nasima got out of her home in the rain. As a result of a long dry season, water had become scarce in that region. So, when Nasima saw rain clouds brewing in the horizon that evening, she placed 2 buckets in her yard to collect the rainwater. And now, it was time to bring the buckets back. As she stepped outside, a bright flash of red lightning startled her and stopped her in her tracks. It seemed very odd to her, as she had never before seen red lightning. Nonetheless, she continued towards the buckets. She lifted them up with her 2 hands and slowly headed back. Suddenly, a red aura in the corner of her eyes grabbed her attention. As she turned her head to look, she was horrified to see, in one of the buckets she was holding, a pair of bright, red eyes in the water. In a sudden onset of fight or flight response, she dropped both of the buckets and ran towards her front door, screaming. She locked the door from the inside, panted for minutes. As her nerves calmed a bit, she tried to put together a rational explanation behind the glowing red eyes she had seen. Failing to do so, she told herself that she was just stressed, imagining things. She realized that this was not the case though, as she saw 6 pairs of red eyes emerging from the small jungle in front of her yard later that night. The day after, Nasima went missing. After hours of searching by her husband and the villagers, she was found unconscious under a tree in that same jungle. Upon waking up, she was questioned about what might have happened. She said she did not remember. Her last memory was chopping some onions back inside her home. 3 days after this incident, Nasima's husband was found dead in their house by some villagers. His body, it had been torn to shreds, and the entire room was drenched in blood. But the villagers found something else in that room that day. Something horrifying. Something evil, beyond what they could imagine. This thing, it had 4 arms and 4 legs. Its legs were spread out in 4 directions. It resembled the legs of a spider. On its back, along the spine, it had bony protrusions like spikes. The longest of these spikes, it reached a length of about 3 feet. On 2 of its arms, it had huge pincers, while on the other 2, it had these elongated fingers and sharp-looking claws. The thing's head looked like some disfigured human face, as if it had been smashed by a boulder. The only discernible feature on its head were 2 red eyes and a mouth that opened in 3 segments. Inside its mouth, it had rows after rows of needle-like teeth as far as one could see. Aside from a part of the torso, this thing, it had almost no resemblance to a human body. Seeing a piece of clothing on the creature, the villagers thought that it had killed Nasima too. But eventually they realized the creature was Nasima. Or at least it had been. Crazy thing is, Nasima's husband's body was not the only mangled body the villagers found that day. Neither was the creature the only one that shredded a dozen of the village dwellers along with the serenity of this once peaceful village. One by one, those things had killed the rest of the villagers. The world took little notice of this incident until it started happening all over the world. At the beginning of each of these, the locations involved experiences of heavy downpour. Flashes of red lightning would also streak across the sky. People then started seeing pairs of red eyes in the darkness around them. After 3 days, half the population in any given area would suffer a terrible death at the hands of these hellish things. Within 3 months, the world had witnessed a new pandemic. But this time, it was not a pandemic of viruses. It was a pandemic of the arachnids. Yes, that's what we started calling them, the arachnids, because of their spider-like legs. Their numbers rose exponentially. Each day, we lost hundreds of thousands of people to these wretched things. In these months, the death toll reached a staggering 4 billion, whilst the number of arachnids reached almost 3.5 billion. The Swiss government opened their bunkers in an effort to save the remaining human population. 20,000 people, regardless of nationality, colour or religion, took shelter in those bunkers. And finally, on October 2019, the last surviving nations, the United States, Russia, Germany, Korea, Switzerland, Japan and China, joined their forces to fend off these arachnids. Since then, we've been fighting them for almost 2 years. In these 2 years, we learned what we could about the arachnids. First of all, we learned that they are carbon-based organisms, just like us. As far as we know, humans are the only host of these parasitic creatures. Arachnid larvae, they look somewhat like octopus. They also have the ability to cloak themselves by changing the colour of their skin to match their surroundings. These larvae, they are 30 centimetres long, 12 centimetres wide. They descend from the clouds, accompanied by heavy rainfall. Upon direct skin contact with larvae, the host becomes paralysed. The larvae then enters the host's body through the mouth and make their way towards the thoracic cavity. During this process, the host loses consciousness and they retain no memory of being infected with the larvae. Upon reaching the thoracic cavity, the larvae fuses itself with the host's body and it starts altering their DNA. After a 3-day incubation period, the host's body undergoes a rapid transformation. It grows 2 additional pairs of arms and legs. The spine structure is changed. The head increases in size. All of this happens under roughly 3 minutes, and the host becomes an arachnid. After transformation, the creature possesses little to no resemblance of the human body. Most arachnids are 5 foot tall, and they weigh around 75 kilos. Although, these numbers do vary, depending on their host. All the arachnids, however, possess superhuman strength. I have seen these things tear a human body in half with just their 2 arms. Their bodies are not fragile like ours. Their skin, it is hardened like an armor, giving them incredible durability. The 51mm rounds from our standard issue MK17 rifles, they barely made a scratch. They even walk off a direct hit from grenades. In short, they are very hard to kill. Arachnids are extremely hostile towards humans. If given the chance, they will relentlessly try and kill any and every human in their vicinity. They are not man-eaters though. In fact, we don't know anything about their diet. We have just once managed to capture a live one. Whilst in captivity, we tried to feed it animals, plant materials, even chemical compounds. But all attempts have been met with failure. It died 2 weeks later. We then performed a dissection on a dead sample. Although we did find a digestive system, we didn't find any traces of food inside. All the while, the war continued. At one point, we decided to learn about their origin. We began looking for clouds with red lightning. It took some effort, but it wasn't that hard. Then, we started sending our fighter jets inside those clouds. In total, 12 pilots were assigned to investigate them, and I was one of them. What we learned in those clouds baffled us. At first, we thought the arachnids were from another planet, a bioweapon made by some distant alien race far superior than our own, and that they were simply claiming our planet for themselves by making use of this weapon. We were wrong. The arachnids, they were from Earth, but not our Earth. The clouds were acting as an interdimensional gateway, a passage between two parallel realities. I was on the first exploratory mission to the clouds, conducted by a 3-pilot team. A couple of ground units monitored our movement. According to them, as we flew inside those clouds, we completely disappeared from radar. But we were still able to maintain radio contact with them. When we exited from the clouds on the other side, we saw a completely different landscape. We were dumbfounded to find an entire city in front of us. It was filled with skyscrapers rising several miles into the sky, and hundreds of overpasses crisscrossed between the buildings. It looked almost futuristic, but somewhat abandoned, damaged. As far as we knew, a city like that shouldn't even be there. We told the ground units about what we were seeing. They told us that they didn't even see us coming out from the clouds. They believed us, though. We were instructed to investigate this city. We flew our planes above the city while maintaining low altitude. Looking down on the ground, we didn't see any humans. Instead, we saw thousands of arachnids. Clearly, this world too has been plagued by those 4-legged monsters. Quickly, we turned our jets back and flew back inside the clouds, hoping it would take us back to our own reality. To our relief, it did. Since then, we've explored dozens of such clouds. Each time, we discovered a different Earth from a different reality. Some were infected by arachnids like our own, while the others, they are still yet free from their deathly clutches. But we knew that these apparent safe worlds will soon suffer the same fate. On our 21st exploratory mission, we encountered an Earth where the arachnids have possibly originated from. This particular Earth, it was like no other Earth we've seen. It had no trees, no oceans. The sky, it was a pitch black, with the sun much smaller than our own. It was desperately trying to illuminate the surface with its dim, reddish light. It seemed like there was no atmosphere, but we were still somehow able to fly. We got closer to the surface this time. There, we saw rows of numerous round black objects. At one point, the pilot saw creatures on the surface similar to the arachnids. But these creatures, the arachnid primes as we called them, were 12 feet tall, we came to realize that these creatures gave birth to arachnids, and those round objects littering the ground were their eggs. Fortunately, I was not assigned to that mission, and for this reason alone, I'm still alive, terrified of that reality. To their bones, the pilots turned back to return home. On their way back, however, all 3 jets suffered engine malfunctions. Moments later, we lost radio contact with them. Before losing contact, one of the pilots screamed something out. "Oh God, they can fly." Our journey into the arachnid home dimension, it gave us more questions than answers. Was this Earth someday similar to ours? If it was, what happened to its oceans, trees, the atmosphere, and the sun? Were there humans on that Earth? Arachnid biology, it required a human host. So unless those arachnid primes were a different species altogether, there must have been humans on that world before. But one of the most prominent questions is, why didn't these arachnid primes come to Earth themselves? According to the pilots we lost in that world, they had the ability to fly. So, what's stopping them? Many came forward with theories. One of the younger scientists, named Eugene Thompson, who is also a friend of mine, came up with a convincing theory. He believes that the arachnids may have a life cycle similar to cicadas. They gain the ability to fly at the last phase of their life cycle. This phase is very short-lived compared to their previous ones, at the end of which they die. According to Eugene's theory, this is also the phase where they reproduce. And to do that, they need a specific location. Or rather, a specific dimension. What the young scientist means to say is that the home dimension of the arachnids is also their breeding ground. Possibly because it's the only place having all the right conditions for their eggs to develop. The arachnid primes, having obtained flight, fly back to their home dimension and reproduce. Then, they carry their larvae to the clouds to spread them across universes. And since they've reached the final stage of their life, they're probably just counting the days until their demise. If we were to believe this theory, then we have to assume that the arachnids we're fighting are merely in their adolescence. A few months later, we came across our first instance of 8-foot-high arachnids, confirming our fears about them actually being just babies. Arachnids were growing bigger. If that wasn't enough, they were also becoming more intelligent. They began to coordinate their attacks, which made the war even harder. We were running out of men and ammo. At one point, our leaders decided to use their nuclear arsenal, but it only made the situation worse. Whilst a small portion of the arachnid populace were killed by the nuclear bombs, the radiation made the surviving ones stronger. They soon became the end of us. On the 3rd of May, 2021, the bunkers in Switzerland, they suffered a massive attack. A swarm of 5,000 arachnids hit the bunkers like a flood, killing the last 20,000 civilian humans that took shelter in them. We couldn't do anything but watch, as we exhausted all our means to fight them. We had lost. I don't know how many people are still alive on this radiated Earth, hiding, running from arachnids. All I know is that I'm one of them. I don't feel lucky though, because my time is running out. If the arachnids don't get me, the radiation certainly will. I just want to finish one last mission before either of those things happens. With whatever fuel I have left, I'm going to fly into one of those clouds with red lightning. I'm going to tell our story to at least one of the Earths that has not yet been invaded by those hellish things. Today is July 10th, 2021. My name, Lieutenant Marcus Reed. I'm an honorable pilot of the Joint World Air Force. If you are reading this, then you must have found the diary, which means that I have successfully completed my mission. This diary was given to me by my good scientist friend, Dr. Eugene Thompson, the same one I mentioned earlier. It contains everything that we have learned about these arachnids, their origin, their biology, their habits and their weaknesses in the past 2 years of this war, which should be helpful in fighting them. It is absolutely imperative that you make sure this diary reaches the leaders of your world, as the same fateful war awaits you. Who knows? Maybe this diary will make all the difference for your world, for your Earth. Be safe, keep your loved ones close, and most importantly, don't give up. Putting the letter back on the table, Daniel leaned against his chair. He took a moment to compose himself. It was then he realized that it was raining heavily outside. None of this can be real, right? He thought to himself. Parallel universes, four-legged monsters, clouds with red lightning. These things can only exist in science fiction stories. Suddenly, Daniel understood what all this was. It was a prank by none other than his younger sister Denise. It had to be, since Denise often wrote sci-fi stories. Daniel was sure that the diary was completely empty, or it contained some pathetic rhyme about Daniel being the stupidest guy in the entire world. But when he went through the pages of the diary, he found that it was indeed full of handwritten information, drawings and even photographs relating to these arachnids. Daniel closed the diary in disbelief. If this was a prank, then Denise couldn't have done it alone. Someone else was in on this, and there's only one way to be sure. He has to talk to Denise. Daniel got up from his chair to head towards his sister's room. But just before he turned towards the door, a flash of red light outside the window caught his eye. A chill crept up across Daniel's spine as he realized that the source of this light was a bolt of lightning. Red lightning. Max Theodore pushed past the boisterous throng of laughing kids and settled down at his usual table. Max's best friend, Isabella, bounded over to him with her typical energy. "Max," she greeted, hugging him as if she hadn't seen him in days. "You won't believe what I was able to find last night." Max grinned and shook his head. Isabella had a reputation as a paranormal fanatic. On any given Saturday night, she could be found in her home watching black and white horror films and eating buttered popcorn. Each year, she would drag Max and their other two friends, Henry and Renee, to the Oakfield's Halloween festival. Isabella had been going to the festival ever since she could walk, and every year, the booths were the exact same. But she couldn't stop going. Everyone always shared her enthusiasm, except for Renee, Max's adopted sister. Renee was always petrified of ghouls, vampires, or pretty much anything supernatural. And despite this, she still went, because she never wanted to be the one left behind. Max took a bite out of his peanut butter sandwich as Renee and Henry arrived, holding hands. His thoughts drifted back to Renee. Some of his classmates at his school, Oakfield Junior High, would complain about having to hang out with their siblings. Max didn't mind, because this allowed him to watch over his sister, protect her from the bullies that would prey on her skittishness. His sister wasn't bad company either. She wasn't the type of girl to spend her weekly allowance in malls. "Good," Isabella said, pushing a printed article across the table to Henry. "You two are finally here. As I was saying, I was on my computer last night when I stumbled upon this article. It's all about the Oakfield Insane Asylum. It was abandoned sometime after World War II. This place, it has had thousands of deaths, and people who have been inside have gone missing or died." Without stopping to take a breath, she declared, "We have to go inside." During Isabella's proposal, Max noticed his younger sister's face turn white. Henry took a quick scan of the paper, peering over his wire-rimmed glasses. "Is this what you were so excited about last night? I thought Halloween was over." Isabella rolled her startling blue eyes at him and crossed her arms over her chest. "Just because Halloween is over doesn't mean we have to stop celebrating." Renee bit the inside of her cheek apprehensively. "Come on, guys," Isabella whined. "We have to go. I already made plans for Saturday." "Saturday?" Renee stammered. "That's tomorrow." Ignoring Renee's voice of reason, she stood up. Without the consent of anyone, she stated, "Tomorrow, we meet on Crystalline Avenue at 10 o'clock. Bring flashlights and jackets." The next night, Max pedaled to the street where they would all meet. He was exhilarated. It was impossible not to catch Isabella's enthusiasm. It was also a beautiful evening, with a full moon and winking stars. Max took a deep breath of the fresh air. Even though he was late leaving his house, Max was still able to beat everyone to the street. He had a feeling that Renee would not be joining them. When he had wheeled his bike out of the garage, she was claiming to have a hard time finding the right outfit. Max had known that Renee was not a meticulous person, but he still kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to push his easily scared sister into doing something that she really didn't want to do. She already did more than enough by pushing herself to go to the Halloween festival each year. 6 minutes later, according to Max's silver watch, Isabella rode up on her own 10-speed. In seconds, she was on the gravel road and talking at 20 miles an hour about how she couldn't wait to get into the asylum. Max, however, had a tickling feeling at the back of his mind. Isabella, don't you think it's strange that the town we've lived in for our entire life had an asylum that we didn't even know about? We've ridden down this street multiple times. We never saw anything. All small towns have their dirty secrets they don't want people to know, especially kids like us, she pointed out, brushing his worries away. Henry arrived extremely late, but Renee never made an appearance. This worried Max more because if Renee didn't do something, it usually ended badly. Whilst riding to the asylum, nobody spoke. The atmosphere, it had changed dramatically, making the night turn from relaxing to ominous. The only sound was the wind howling and their tires making a crunch as they rode along. Even bubbly Isabella couldn't find anything to release the heavy tension. If she were truthful with herself, a small part of her wanted to go back home and cuddle with her black cat. When they arrived at the asylum, it was clear that it had been there for at least half a century. The brick walls were crumbling, and the windows were coated in a grime that looked similar to mucus. The building also had a very human appearance to it. The wood doors flapped in the wind, beckoning them to draw closer, and the building loomed over them with a menace that was otherworldly. "Come on, you two," Isabella said, leaving her bike lying on the street. She walked in as confidently as she could, without her knees trembling, and the darkness soon enveloped her entirely. Inside, she was having a hard time seeing where she was stepping. The rubber soles of her neon orange sneakers kept sticking to the dusty tile, making weird suction noises. She saw a dark, crooked figure out of the corner of her eye, but when she turned to get a full look at it, she saw nothing. "Probably just nerves," she said to the empty hallway. Then, something strong, stronger than anyone Isabella ever knew, dragged her into one of the rooms. An invisible force strapped her into the chair, and she saw a pair of incisors float up into the air, positioned right above her stomach. While this was happening, Max and Henry were reluctantly getting off their bikes. "I don't like the look of this," Henry admitted quietly as he leaned his own bike against a gnarled tree. Max nodded at him, too scared to speak. They both jumped a few feet in the air when a scream that sounded like Isabella filled the air. It sounded like she was being tortured and maimed. Just as the scream was cut off, Isabella walked out lethargically and limping on one ankle. It wasn't Isabella. Not really. Her blue eyes were dimmed, and they lacked the happiness that they always carried. It was when she pulled a gleaming knife from behind her back, and a crazy smile stretched across her face. Max and Henry's blood ran cold. They both screamed and leaped onto their bikes. When Max dared to look behind him, he saw something that scared him even more than if this thing were actually chasing them. Isabella was just standing there with that sadistic smile, waving that knife back and forth, making the stained blade catch the moonlight. It was almost like that knife was winking at him, promising to find him. Not now, but later. When questioned a week later about the mysterious disappearance of Isabella Williams, nobody said a word about what happened. The case was closed after about a month, and the town assumed that she had just run away. When Max and Henry informed Renee about what really happened that night, she sobbed, placing the guilt on her shoulders. She knew something was off about this trip, and instead of stopping Isabella, she held back. She fell into a deep depression, broke up with Henry, and never talked to any of them again. Henry stopped talking too. Never did he utter another word, except for a scream, when he dreamed about that terrifying night in November. Max died 2 years later, under strange circumstances. It was assumed he was murdered, but the evidence was incompatible. The DNA found under Max's fingernails matched Isabella's. The police concluded that it must have been a mistake, since the girl had been missing for 2 years. The demonic Isabella Williams still roams inside of the building, looking for the next victims of the asylum. Those hungry, blue eyes watch everyone from the doors of the old institution, waiting. My name isn't really important, but for now, I'll just go by Monty. A little backstory. I grew up in a small town. Real nice place. Everyone knew everyone. You never locked your doors. It had a real charm to it. Nicest bunch of folks you could ever meet, really. We were all just one big family. So, this all happened in 2005. I was around 10 at the time, and my friends, Adam, Timmy and Jared, we were out trick-or-treating. We were, in all honesty, a bunch of little ornery shits. We weren't malicious in any way, but we just liked to pull pranks here and there. Like the time we broke into old Mr. Harrison's chicken coop, replaced his eggs with Cadbury cream eggs. We left the real eggs in a basket outside the coop, so he didn't mind much in the end. Had a hell of a time cleaning the chocolate out of his hen's feathers though. So anyway, that Halloween, we decided that we would bring big pillowcases to use as sacks. Since we knew the whole town, we were allowed out until midnight, as long as we made it home right on the dot and not 1 second later. We were all around the same age. Adam was the oldest of us. He was 12. And Jared, the youngest of us, at 9. So when we heard we had almost 6 hours of time to get as much candy as we could, we were ecstatic. In our young minds, having all that time and all that space. It meant we would be rolling in candy for the rest of our lives. So, out we went, all dressed up in homemade Avengers outfits, and we got to work. The clock hit 11 way faster than we thought it would, and by that time, we were each lugging around about 20 pounds of candy each. We had a lot of old couples and not many kids. Most of the other children were in their mid or late teens, and they saw Halloween as more of an excuse to get shit-faced. Soon enough, it was 11:40, and I knew I had to get going soon. As I turned to tell everyone I was heading home, I saw the car. Now, if you would have told me what a predator was when I was 10 and explained the concept thoroughly, the image I would come up with would be an old, balding man with missing teeth, a wiry frame, and driving around in a beat-up old rusty van. But that was not at all what the man who introduced himself as Reggie Smith looked like. Handsome was one word you could use. He had a thick head of dark blonde hair, a slightly muscular frame, and a smile so white and perfect that you could see it shining in the blackest of nights. And that is exactly what he did when he greeted us. "Hey there, kids. It's getting pretty late. You should be heading home." Jared was the first one to speak up, waving his paper towel roll and cardboard Milner as a greeting. "Oh, hi there, mister. We're just heading home now." Jared pointed to the sack he held in his other hand. "Look at all the candy we got." Reggie smiled that creepy smile of his and chuckled. "That sure is a lot. Say, you kids want some more? I think I've got some." "Ah, here they are." After rummaging around for a bit, he pulled out 4 king-size Snickers bars from what I can only assume was a black medical bag. He'd had it sitting in his front passenger seat. Of course, all 4 of us rushed over and gladly took what we thought to be the holy grail of candy. Soon, Reggie had introduced himself and explained that he'd just moved in a few blocks down the road. Somehow, even at my young age, I picked up that something seemed off about him, to say the least. The first red flag came when he invited us back to his place. "I've got a bunch of candy bars just sitting in a bag on my porch if you want to come get some real quick," he said. Now, that set me off, because not 5 minutes earlier, he'd been saying how we should be getting home. Being incredibly uncomfortable, I saw it was nearly 11:50, and I took that as my cue to leave. "It's almost midnight and I gotta get home. Sorry." Adam, Timmy and Jared, Iron Man, the Hulk and Thor all gave me a confused look. "Seriously?" Adam said, moving his mask out of the way to be heard clearly. "It's free candy, dude, and really good candy too." "Yeah," Timmy called out in agreement while pounding his Hulk fists together. "You can't seriously be passing this up." "Sorry guys, my parents will ground me for a month if I don't get home soon. I'll see you guys later." My friends all gave out a sigh of disappointment, and they climbed into Reggie's car. That's when Reggie spoke up. Leave him alone, kids. Besides, I only have room for 3 right now." That's when I remembered that creepy black doctor's bag, the one in his passenger seat. I said my goodbyes, and I pieced the hell out of there. Luckily, I made it home just in the nick of time, and my parents were only mildly annoyed. Soon after, my parents started checking my candy and asked me how my night was. That's when I told them about Mr. Smith. And that was when my parents' faces turned white as snow. My dad grabbed his car keys and my mum started dialing the police. Soon, I knew everything about what was really going on, and I had to give the police a statement. Of course, knowing that I was nearly kidnapped and that my friends were gone, I was a complete wreck. Once the police got their information, they tried to console me and tell me that it wasn't my fault in any way. And that was when I heard their radios go off. Car 3, suspect inbound to your location on foot. He appears to be armed and dangerous. Do you copy? This is Car 3. We copy. The officer looked me in the eyes and smiled. Don't worry, kid. We'll get this guy. He turned to his partner. Stevens, stay with the kid. I'm gonna cut this son of a bitch off before he can get away. The other officer, Stevens, he was an absolute saint. When all this was going down, he did his damnedest to try to calm me. He stayed with us that night for security, and for that, I'm eternally grateful. The next morning, my dad came home exhausted and peeled off his dirty size 12s before crashing in his favorite chair. He and the other men of the neighborhood went out looking for Mr. Smith. They cornered him in one of the old abandoned manor houses and he wound up shooting himself to avoid capture. That's the only consolation I get, knowing that if there's a hell, that arsehole is rotting there. Now you're probably wondering what happened to Adam, Timmy and Jared. Well, I'm pretty sure you could guess already. But yeah, they're no longer with us. Jared survived Mr. Smith, but 3 years later, took his own life. The things he told me about that night, what he, Adam and Timmy went through, they'll haunt me till the day I die. Did you know that the human heart can beat for a solid 3 or 5 minutes after being removed from the body? Not like you would see in the movies, but atrial and ventricular fibrillations continue for quite a bit after removal. I bet you also didn't know that the lungs cannot function if they are exposed to open air. Or maybe you did, but Timmy sure as hell didn't. And he definitely didn't deserve to go out like that. I'm 23 now, and after years of therapy and support, I have a beautiful wife and a child on the way. Once my little Theresa's born, I'm not going to let her out of my sight for a second, let alone let her go trick-or-treating. I refuse to let anything remotely like that happen to my little girl. So I'll just buy her a big bag of candy every year to keep her happy. There is one thing that continues to bother me. Before he took his life, Jared said that Mr. Smith didn't have a gun on him. Never had one, in fact. He did have several scalpels and medical instruments, but no firearm of any kind. The autopsy report showed Mr. Smith died after receiving a single 45 round to the side of the head, from where he'd shot himself, it seems. But what that doesn't explain is why Mr. Smith's autopsy also turned up several ruptured organs and fractures, consistent with what would happen if a size 12 combat boot were to have repeatedly stomped his chest, neck, and pelvis, and why nobody outside of our little town knows about what happened that Halloween night. I guess some questions are better off unanswered. I don't know what actually caused it, or what the entity even was. All I know is that if I don't tell this story, I'm going to go crazy. I think it's best if I just start at the beginning. I'll allow you to make what you will out of these words. I don't expect many people to believe me. I mean, personally, I wouldn't believe it if I heard it from a stranger. But I know at least some, maybe even just 1 in 1,000, will believe what I have to say. Those few are who this story is for. And knowing even one other person has experienced anything like this will at least give me a small amount of peace. Winter had been dragging. I lived in a small town that I won't name, but I will say it was very close to the state line. Technically, I lived with my mum and dad, but they spent more time in their new home at this point. So basically, I lived alone. As a 22-year-old who had just finished college, it certainly didn't seem like the worst thing in the world. I didn't have a job yet, as for a while, I was just focused on finishing school, and I was taking a bit of an extended break after. Like I said, winter was still going strong, and I was getting incredibly bored. I had watched every movie on Netflix, and I even went out and tried to hike as much as possible. After months of movies and walking in the cold, I was at the end of my rope. I hung out with friends sometimes, but I didn't really have many who still lived nearby. Most of them had moved away after college. I planned to leave soon myself, more than likely within a year, so I wasn't all that concerned about making any new friends here. One day, I was watching a random movie on Netflix, and I glanced out the window, noticing that it was beginning to get dark. I sighed and decided that it was time for a change. I needed to do something, anything, other than the same things I'd been doing all year. The early nights and grey days had caused me to be at my breaking point. Then, it occurred to me. I still had a Nintendo Wii with a few games that my older brother had played more than I ever had. I wasn't really into video games, not as much as I used to be. But I figured desperate times called for desperate measures, and that anything was better than watching more Netflix. I went down to the basement, and I found the box that the Wii was in, along with a couple of games. None of them sounded that appealing, so I settled on one that I didn't even remember playing. It was called Wylde Isle. It was a game where you choose an animal avatar that lives on an island with other animal avatars, and they all seemed very friendly. It seemed like a blatant knockoff of Animal Crossing, but I figured it must be different in some way. I really didn't remember this game at all, but I figured maybe my brother had got it, as he bought most of the games back then anyway. I pretty much just chose it because it was the only option that I hadn't played thousands of times. I must say I did vaguely remember seeing some ads for it years ago, so I figured I might as well give it a shot. I turned on the game and I chose the avatar of a rabbit with big eyes. I went to the island to start, and there were 6 other animals on it, which were a bird, a cow, a dog, a cat, a lizard, and a skunk. All of which had cartoonishly big heads and cheery expressions. The heads of each avatar appeared on the side, showing the player how many there were. I began building my home and talking to the other animals. There wasn't that much to this game really, and it did seem a lot like a cheaper version of Animal Crossing. The island wasn't too big either, and there wasn't all that much to do. So, after about an hour of playing, I decided to call it a day. I watched some more Netflix and then I went to bed around 10. That night, a little after 3 in the morning, I woke up with a strange feeling. I got out of bed and I walked around the house to double check everything was fine, which of course, it was. I glanced out the front window in my room down the street. The street had a house to the left about 100 feet away, with an intersection on the opposite side that was partially blocked by the house. There were another 2 houses on the right, the first of which was around 150 feet to the side of my house, and the other was directly across from it. I was about ready to get back into bed when I noticed the very front of a car pull up to the corner past the house on the left. It was at the intersection, and it was mostly obstructed by my neighbor's house. I watched it for a second, as it was rare to see cars out at 3 a.m, and it seemed like it wasn't even moving, even though it had waited at the stop sign for longer than they'd need to. All I could see of the car was that it was very low to the ground, red, and only about the first foot of it was visible. The car didn't move at all, and it made me feel weird. But realistically, I figured that there had to be a reason for it being there. And I mean, it wasn't in front of my house, so I decided to just go back to bed. The next morning, I woke up with the strangest urge to play that weird Animal Crossing knockoff. I found this a bit odd because it really wasn't anything special, but I figured I must just be in that big of a need for something different. I went to the living room and I slumped down on the couch in front of the TV. I turned the console on, and as soon as the game opened, I noticed something was very different. The island, it was no longer sunny. It was cloudy and dark for some reason. I figured that this must be the kind of game that would always be sunny, but maybe it mixed it up. It was sunny outside though, so it felt odd that the game was so dim and grey today. I walked around the island building some cool stuff, and I hoped that the clouds would just clear off. But they never did. Even the animals seemed different than yesterday. They all seemed paranoid. I know that might sound crazy, but all of them acted like they couldn't talk to me for long, and none of them approached me like yesterday. I borderline had to chase some of them down even to talk to them. I spoke to the cow for a very brief amount of time, who just said, "I wish it was a nicer day. You should be careful." This seemed incredibly strange for one of the animals to say, considering that this is a game primarily targeted to kids. After about an hour, again I quit the game, and I had a weird feeling the rest of the day. The game was weird. I didn't get why it would be so glum and depressing like that. What was the appeal there? I was confused, but after a while I just forgot about it. The whole rest of the day felt strange. It's hard to explain the kind of strange feeling, similar to the kind you get when you're in the middle of the woods and you're completely alone. You haven't seen anyone else in hours. It just starts to feel bizarre. I decided not to play that game anymore, and I went to bed around 10 o'clock, just like the last night. But I couldn't sleep. I tossed and I turned for a few hours until I finally passed out. I was awoken again around 3 a.m, and that feeling from earlier was a lot worse. I quickly checked around the entire house, and I looked out all the windows again, except the one in my room, which was the only one with the view of the street out front. The backyard was completely surrounded by trees that always gave me an eerie feeling. But right now, that was not even close to my main concern. When I finally checked the front window, I noticed something odd off to the left. My stomach dropped a bit when I saw the same car was there, and it was pulled out a bit further than last night, but only by a little, so you could just see some of the hood. It was definitely an old, red car, but other than that, I still couldn't really make anything out. I was kinda scared this time, as it was the same car within 100 feet of my house at about the exact same time as the night before. I had no idea how it could relate to me, but it just felt incredibly off. I watched the car for probably 20 minutes, and when nothing changed, I went back to bed. I didn't get much sleep, as I just kept on trying to figure out what the deal was with that car, and why I felt so paranoid all day. There didn't seem like there were many good ways to explain why the car would be there like that 2 nights in a row. But still, I assumed there had to be a normal explanation somehow. The next morning, I felt awful. I was exhausted, and the paranoia was still there. I didn't want to play the game again, but after a few hours of boring old Netflix and still silence, I got curious, and I decided to give that game one more try. I wanted to see if it was still cloudy and if all the animals were still behaving strangely. I had nothing else to do, so why not, right? turned the game back on, and to my surprise, it was still cloudy, and the animals, they were acting even stranger. But that wasn't all this time either. There was a new character. It took me a second to even realize it, but there was another head that popped up to the side with the others. It looked like a goat, but it was stranger than the other characters. Where the dog and cat, for example, had bright eyes and smiling faces, this goat, it had reddish eyes and a very uncomfortable smile. It actually creeped me out a bit, and I got an intense paranoid feeling. The smile looked wrong, like the goat had something wrong with it. I thought that this game was messed up, and I questioned how anyone could make something like this for kids. I wanted to find this goat though, to see if the avatar was as weird looking as the head on the side was. I hoped that it wasn't, and that I was just creeping myself out for no reason. As I walked around though, I couldn't find him. I tried to see if I could figure out anything by talking to the animals, but none of them wanted to say a word. The only one I could talk to was the cat, who told me simply, "Run," which was deeply unsettling. The cat was then grabbed away from me by the cow, who seemed to be scolding him. This was so weird. I couldn't even figure out what was going on. I quickly turned the game off, as I truly felt creeped out now. I didn't see that goat, but I don't think I even really wanted to. I spent the rest of that day in a paranoid mess, wondering if I should go to one of my 3 remaining friends' houses for a bit. But a sudden, heavy storm made me reconsider that. As night fell and the storm continued, I thought about going to bed, even though it was only 9. I was so tired from the night before, and a day's worth of anxiety blended with that was enough of a mix to make my eyes very, very heavy. I laid down and I fell asleep in a matter of minutes. I woke up and I glanced at my alarm clock to see that it was 3:13, the same time it had been every time that I had been awoken. I skipped the house search this time, and I went straight to that window in my room. I took a step back, as the heavy rain was still coming down, and it startled me at first. I glanced down the road, and I thought I was relieved, as there was so much rain, I couldn't see anything. But after a double take, my heart almost stopped. The car was there, in that same exact spot, except this time, it was pulled out even further than the first 2 nights, and now, the front window was visible. The rain in my line of sight, it almost seemed to stop right at the perfect time, as it literally looked like someone with horns was sitting in the front seat. I quickly shut the blinds and sat down. There was no way that that person had horns. I had to have been mistaken with all the rain. Even though I couldn't piece together what it could have been, I knew it could not be that. I dared to look out again, and I saw that it was still there. And even more so, it really did look like horns. To my absolute horror, it didn't even look like a person. More like an animal. More like a goat. And it was staring right at me. I quickly shut the blinds in a panic. I tried to deny what I had just seen, but I knew what it was. It was the goat from that game. I'd bet anything on it. It's an insane feeling to accept something that seems impossible. But when you know it's not anything normal, you have to realize the truth. It was clear that this thing was not human. And it was also clear that it was looking at me. I did a quick round of the house. I made sure all the doors were locked, and I put that game back in the basement where I'd first found it. I decided tomorrow that I would call my brother and ask him about this game or whatever it was, because none of this made any sense. How could a goat be driving a car? And how could it look just like the goat from the game? I couldn't decide which seemed more insane. I know a goat driving a car is ridiculous, but this thing is like not even a real goat. Its facial features were human-like, creepy as you could imagine, but with a very human element, especially in the eyes and the smile. I stayed up the rest of that night, but I didn't dare to look out the window. Not until morning. And when I finally did, that thing was thankfully gone. Once it was late enough in the morning for my brother to be up, I called him and I asked him about that game. He said he used to play it all the time and it was kinda dumb. But everything I said sounded crazy to him. He said it was always sunny, and all the animals were super nice, and he'd never seen a goat. I thanked him, and I hung up quickly once I realized how crazy I probably sounded. I wanted to tell him more, but this seemed like the kind of thing that no one, especially my very non-superstitious brother, would believe. What he said did not make me feel better. If anything, it was much worse now. Why was the game like this if it's normally different? Why was this seemingly normal game so strange on my Wii? I spent the next few hours trying to connect any dots, but none of it made any sense at all. Something was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong if something from a video game was also out here in the real world. And if that something appeared to be an evil goat, for lack of a better explanation. I thought about life and what humans all accept and what it means on a bigger scale for this to be happening. The only logical explanation to me was that the game had some kind of curse or something like that. You know something is batshit crazy if the most logical explanation for something is a curse. The worst part was that I had such a strong urge to play that game again. That may seem crazy to you, but I needed to know what was going on. It had gotten progressively stranger every day, and I had to see if that trend was going to continue. I also wanted to get a better look at that goat, see if I could shed any more light on what I could possibly be dealing with. I went down to the basement and I grabbed the game. Even touching it made me scared, but I powered through. I put the disc in and I turned the game on. And I almost jumped out of my chair. Unlike last time, I did see the goat, and it was standing in the middle of the map, staring at the screen. All of the other characters in the game were hiding, and I noticed something below the goat. Lying on the ground, in front of it, was the cat, with its head removed, and in red, which appeared to be in the cat's blood, the word "run." It was spelled out at an angle where I could easily read it. The goat seemed to be staring into my eyes through the screen somehow, and that sadistic smile of his, it seemed even bigger than before. The rest of the animals also seemed to be looking at me, and they looked terrified. All of them were hiding and peeking out from behind trees and houses. My avatar was also hiding with them, even though my controller was not causing him to do that. The game was only probably on for a minute total before I turned it off again. I was petrified. Something was wrong with this game, whether it be a curse or whatever you want to call it. And I wasn't going to sit around and think of a logical explanation. I just wanted to get as far away from this game as I could. I grabbed the game and I put it in the trash. I took the trash can outside and walked it out to the curb. Then I called my parents. I asked them if maybe I could come down there for a bit, and they said that would be fine. I got ready to go as it was a bit of a far drive. I likely would have to stop halfway and sleep in my car. I didn't care at all. I just wanted to get out of here. I had to be smart though. It was getting dark, and the rain was heavy outside. So I made the tough choice to leave first thing in the morning. I thought there was a chance that maybe this was over now, since the game was no longer in the house. I'm not sure I believed that, but it made the thought of sleeping one more night a little more bearable. I even unplugged the Wii and the TV, the one in the living room and the one in my bedroom that didn't even work anymore. After a few hours of fear, I decided to go to bed. I truly hoped I could sleep and leave as early as possible. I set my alarm for 5:30, and I hoped that would be what woke me up, and not the all too familiar 3:13. That didn't happen though. Nope, not even close. I fell asleep very quickly, but I woke up at 3:13, just like I feared. I glanced around the empty room, barely wanting to open my eyes. I slowly did the now routine check of the house. Everything appeared to be fine. I then slowly made my way to my bedroom window to see if that car was there. At this point I figured it would be, and I glanced at my packed bag, ready to run to my car if I needed to. I glanced out the window down the street to the left, and I couldn't believe my eyes. The car was actually gone. I was so relieved. I turned my head back down to the right, just to be safe. And I almost fell when I saw our driveway. The red car was parked right next to my car, and it was clearly empty. Just then, I heard my broken TV turn on, and I was looking at the same image as earlier, even though the TV was broken and unplugged. Not to mention, the Wii was in the other room. The goat was on the screen. It walked past the dead cat, and now all the bodies of the other animals. Mine was the only one left, even though all of his limbs were removed, and he appeared to be crying. The goat then pointed at me through the screen, and then back at the avatar on the ground. In the most insane chain of events I've ever seen, he reached towards the screen, and like someone emerging from underwater, a goat's arm came through the screen with a human-like hand at the end. Once the arm came through, the horrible head that I'd seen in the car also did. I froze in fear, as I couldn't even fathom what was happening. But then I realized it was reaching out for me. I snapped out of the trance just as the hand grabbed my leg and began dragging me towards the TV. I screamed and I fought against it, but the hand pulled me closer, closer, closer. The goat slowly dissolved back into the game, and my leg went with him. As my leg morphed through the screen, it began turning into an animated rabbit's leg in the game. I kicked and I kicked until the goat let me go, and I pulled my leg back into the real world. I picked up my bag and I ran out the front door without turning around. I glanced at the red car as I struggled to unlock mine, and I saw that the back seat was full of copies of that game. I got in my car and I glanced back at my house once more. The goat was standing in my bedroom window, staring back at me with that horrible smile. I gunned my car in reverse and turned down the road heading towards the interstate. I glanced in my rearview mirror. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. After I'd escaped from my house, I drove for hours and made it across state line, which is where I'm writing this from. I'm going to sleep at a tourist centre for the night, as I'm so tired from the stress and the long drive. I know my story sounds insane, but I swear, it really happened. And I just wanted to warn people about this game, and about whatever that goat thing was. I honestly can't wait to see my parents, and to be away from that house for a while. The worst part is, whenever I do have to go back, I don't know what I'm even going to do. Being alone in that house, after everything that's happened, it seems impossible. And I don't know how to explain to my family why I can't go back there. I hope that anyone who reads this has had a similar experience, because talking to someone who can relate even in a different country across the world, would make me feel 1,000 times better. Every red car I see borderline gives me a heart attack. And I'm terrified that this thing is still following me. I've still been getting that strange paranoia every 30 minutes, and there's no logical reason why. I just have this awful feeling that this thing is going to show up again soon. If a red car pulls into this parking lot at 3:13, I really don't know what I'm gonna do. If anyone can offer me any help or even knows anyone that can, please let me know. I'm terrified that this is not over. Halloween. Such a simple concept, yet something that has brought countless years of joy to me. There's just something about taking all of the societal standards and throwing them out the window for 24 hours that is just so absurdly fun. Children going to strangers' houses and taking candy from them. Something that would be barred any other time of year is suddenly standard. It's one of the only times you could ever be in an elevator with Captain America, a sexy nurse, and a zombie, and nobody bats an eye. However, there is one Halloween tradition that has stuck with me my whole life. That is the annual Simpsons Treehouse of Horror specials. Nothing combines the fun and fear of Halloween quite like Homer recreating the Raven or Ned Flanders prancing around as the devil. They were a staple in my household growing up, and I still consume them like candy each and every Halloween. That was why, when I heard that my local station was going to be running a Treehouse of Horror marathon, I was pumped beyond belief. However, looking back, I wish that I'd done something else. Anything other than witnessing what I did. Halloween night passed as it always did. I spent the night watching classic horror movies and handing out candy to the occasional trick-or-treater. As the marathon neared its start, I found myself feeling like an 8-year-old boy all over again. I set up my snacks, including the leftover Halloween candy that I overstocked on for exactly this purpose, and I got ready for a night of fun. For the first few hours, it was nothing short of spooky, nostalgic magic. However, I did not fully comprehend the full magnitude of what I was entering. With 30 specials, I was in for about 15 hours of television. And I have to admit, that's a bit of an undertaking, even for me. Eventually, I succumbed to boredom and sugar crash, and I fell asleep. I was awoken a little while later by a commercial that was louder than it had any right to be. It was about 3:30 in the morning and one of the specials was just ending. I was about to throw in the towel because they were getting into the later specials. And I'm sorry, but they just don't have the same level of horror or humor as the older ones. But something caught my eye. The special, it had an opening I'd never seen before. I was intrigued as which one could it be? The special opened with the family watching TV. Kent Brockman was just finishing up the nightly news when suddenly a loud grandfather clock in the living room began to chime. The Simpsons all at once went into this strange trance, and in unison they said, "It's time." All of a sudden, the animation became much sharper and more fluid. They clearly had hired an outside professional to do this scene. One by one, the family members started to convulse and transform into horrifying creatures. Marge's body began to lengthen and twist, becoming serpent-like. Her eyes became red with yellow lining, and she had become a snake monster. Bart was next, with his back popping out, developing a hunch. His skin turned green, and he grew gills and flippers, turning into some sort of creature from the Black Lagoon type monster. He feels his crooked back and he makes a joke about how his chiropractor is not going to be happy about this. Homer begins growling and claws erupt from his fingers. His mouth becomes a snout and brown hair erupts from all over his body, covering him everywhere except the top of his head, leaving him effectively still bald. This caused him to issue his trademark "Dope." Lisa stood, awaiting her transformation, only for a simple witch's hat to appear on her head. I will admit, this got a good laugh from me. Finally, Maggie floated into the air and started turning into a bat, whilst performing a deep, demonic laugh that sent a very real chill through my spine. Suddenly, all of their eyes snapped wide open, and they simply stared at the screen. It disturbed me how intense and creepy their stares were, because it truly gave me the feeling that they were staring at me, not just the screen. One by one, they began to speak, with each character delivering a single sentence. "Won't you join us? For terror, the likes of which you have never felt. These tales are not for the faint of heart. We have delved deep into your mind. We have pulled out your darkest fears. If you do not wish to subject yourself to this, then we would humbly advise you to stop now. You have been warned." All at once, they leapt at the screen, and blood tinkled down, spelling out Treehouse of Terror. As it went to commercial, I found myself needing a minute to catch my breath. I've seen all of the specials, including the new one that aired a few days prior, and this is not one of them. I had never even heard of Treehouse of Terror before. Under different circumstances, I would have thought that it was a cheap knockoff. But the voice actors and animation budget were there. All my thoughts of calling it a night went out the window, and I knew I had to keep watching. This may have been the best opening to one of these things that I've ever seen. It was genuinely funny, and it had the creepy quality that many of the later specials were missing. I sat back down and I waited with renewed vigor for the special to resume. The first segment, it was simply titled, "We Be Bored." A mediocre pun, but that was par for the course for these sketches. It opened in the elementary school's auditorium, where Principal Skinner was holding an assembly. He was going over the new terms and conditions for the school's computer operating system in extensive and excruciating detail. Most of the students were either asleep or close to it. At the top of the auditorium, a group of students, including Bart, Lisa, Milhouse, Nelson, and Martin sat. Everyone, with the exception of Martin, were holding on to consciousness by a thread. Bart looked to his right and saw a small crawl space with an ominous red light shining. Bart convinces the other students to join him in escaping through the crawl space. Nelson drags Martin along so he couldn't rat them out to Skinner. They make their way through the crawl space, and they find themselves in Skinner's office. They ransack his desk until they discover their permanent records. Bart asks what he says, and Lisa says that it looks like Skinner just slammed his head into the book and held it up, revealing a perfect imprint of his angry face. Upon further investigation, they discover a confiscated Ouija board. The group gets excited and decides to play, forcing the reluctant Martin to join in. The scene plays out with them asking the board different questions. Milhouse asks if he will ever have a girlfriend, and the cursor continually slams into the word no. They ask when Martin will die, and the cursor spells out the word soon. Martin begins to panic and takes his hand off the cursor. An ominous wind begins blowing into the room, and the board starts floating in the air. The cursor moves on its own, spelling out, "You didn't say goodbye." Shadowy arms and legs push out of the board, and they rush at Martin, throwing him onto a coat rack, impaling him. Nelson tries to fight the board, but its shadows wrap around him, forcing himself to punch himself in the face while chanting, "Stop tormenting yourself! Stop tormenting yourself!" Nelson's bloody body falls to the floor, and Milhouse turns to Bart and Lisa. "There is no chance of me surviving this one, is there?" he asked them. The Ouija board appears behind him and simply says, "No." It then grabs Milhouse's neck and snaps it. The board slowly advances on the trembling Bart and Lisa. The two hold each other, and they say goodbye to one another. The board suddenly stops and says, "Oh, goodbye then." The shadows disappear, and the board lies harmlessly on the floor. Bart and Lisa shrug and leave. The two are about to walk back through the auditorium doors when Skinner walks in, scolds them, saying he is now going to have to start over for them. Bart asks if they can just say that they accept and be done with it. Skinner reluctantly agrees and escorts them back to class. He takes them into a dark classroom and shuts the door with a sinister smile on his face. This is where things take an extremely uncomfortable turn. All music and sounds stop, and the camera begins moving back down the hall towards the auditorium. It pushes in the doors and it reveals all of the other students still in the room. However, they are no longer sleeping. All of the students, they are extremely pale, with their eyes wide in terror. They are completely motionless, and it is clear that they are dead. The camera slowly pans, revealing all their dead faces, frozen with the last look of utter terror that they will ever experience. As the commercial break started, I sat there stunned. The Simpsons had explored some dark territory before, but that final scene was downright disturbing. I was shocked, but becoming more interested because I had been hoping for this for years. A truly frightening Halloween special. I was invested now, and I could not wait for more. The commercials came to an end, and the second segment started. The title of this one was Dawn of the Unfed. Wow, they were really starting to stretch for these puns now. It opened on the nuclear power plant, where Lenny, Carl and Charlie were staring at the clock. It's about to strike noon. They grow more desperate as the seconds tick by, and they complain about being extremely hungry. The clock strikes noon, sounding the lunch bell, and the group rush towards the lunchroom. Their path becomes blocked by Mr. Burns, who informs them that there is a problem with the reactor and they need to fix it before they can eat. Charlie points out that by law, they have a right to refuse unsafe work. Mr. Burns smiles and explains that they never read the terms and conditions of their contracts and that they had waived that right. The group let out a sigh and they got into some biohazard suits. They try to fix the core, but it springs a strong leak, sending a noxious green gas in the chamber. They begin to panic, but Carl does a reading and discovers that the radiation levels are leveling out to the exact amount that the suits can take. As long as the radiation in the area stays exactly the same, they would be okay. A sudden beep gets their attention, and they slowly look over to see the lunchroom on the other side of the glass, where Homer just put his lunch in the microwave. "Why is the reactor next to the lunchroom?" asked Lenny. "Budget cuts," Carl responds. The trio's suits start to burst open, exposing them to toxic gas. The gas melts their skin, turning them into a zombie-like mutant. They break through the glass into the lunchroom, and they begin hissing the word hungry at Homer. "Hey, no way. I brought this TV dinner, and I'm not sharing it." "Oh, don't worry. We plan to eat you," Charlie rasps. "Okay, we can split the green beans," Homer replies fearfully. The three rush at Homer, who flees down the hall. Homer can't run anymore, and he attempts to hide in some pipes behind him. However, no matter how hard he squeezes, he is too fat. Giving up, he runs to the suggestion box. He writes down, "Please make hiding places large enough for the American citizen." He puts the message in the box and runs down to his office, barricading the door. The 3 zombies begin scratching at the door, and they try to coax Homer out. "Let us in, Homer. We are so hungry. We will make it quick. We promise. Just open the door." Once again, the music cuts out and the scene cuts to different parts of the plant where several bodies lay, and the only sound are drops of blood hitting the floor. The scene cuts back to Homer's office, where the zombies are still whispering for Homer to open the door. The camera slowly pans to Homer, who is dead. His eyes are lifeless, and his face is extremely shrunken. The implication being that he had starved to death over time. The scene cuts out on that disturbing image. I rushed to the washroom as the commercials began, and I started breathing heavily. Each time I closed my eyes, I could see Homer's shrunken face, which looked just like the real ones that I'd seen in history books. I found myself shaking, and I didn't know how to stop. I've been watching gruesome horror movies since I was about 5 years old, and none of them had ever had any effect on me like this. There was just something about the images of those dead children, of Homer's emaciated body, that just felt so wrong, too real. I debated turning the TV off, but no, I had come this far. I couldn't turn back now. I had to see this through. This was, after all, just a simple cartoon. The final sketch, it was a complete departure from the first 2. From anything Simpsons, in fact. While the first 2 sketches had disturbing moments, they still carried the traditional references and humor expected from the series. This sketch, it contained no humor, no story. The entire sketch was in point of view format, taking the perspective of an unseen character. They are sleeping in a tent when Bart and Lisa come in and tell them that it's time. They get up and begin following them through the woods. This drags on for several minutes, and during this time, there is no dialogue, no jokes of any kind. Occasionally, Bart and Lisa will turn back and stare at you. Again, I get that strange feeling that I had in the opening, where they are not just looking at the screen, but right at me. However, it was not simply the staring that was unsettling. This time, it was their expression. Their faces were filled with sorrow, empathy. It was the kind of look a child might give a beloved pet being taken to the vet to be put down. It filled me with both fear and sadness, the likes of which I have never felt before. After nearly 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a mysterious, dark cave. The 2 turned around, but refused to look me in the eye, staring mournfully at the ground instead. "You need to go in alone," Bart said. "We can't go in. Not yet, anyway," Lisa said, with equal sadness. The unseen character walked into the cave and with increased weariness traversed the darkness. Each step away from the entrance brought more and more darkness until they were standing on the precipice of utter blackness. It is there that the walking stops, and they simply wait. Then, emanating from the darkness, came the sounds of heavy footsteps, growing closer and closer. They moved at a slow and steady pace, growing louder, each step echoing through the cavity of my real chest. Through the dim light of the setting sun behind the point of view, I begin to notice a shadow in the blackness. A phenomenon that I know is impossible. Yet, there was that shadow forming before my eyes. The shadow was the type that seemed to look like both nothing and yet everything at the same time. The formless mass that embodies your worst fears as if it was made of it. It was a shadow of pure terror. It moved towards me, and suddenly I seemed out of control of my own body, and I felt myself convulsing. A slimy stream of drool and foam came from my mouth, and my body began shaking. I hit the floor, and everything went black. I awoke a few hours later to the light of dawn. The TV was still on, playing the marathon from the night before. However, I had no desire to watch it. Not after what I saw. I pulled myself off the floor, and I found that my shirt was soaked with a combination of sweat and saliva. I've never had a history of epilepsy before, and I couldn't think of what I saw that might have caused it. I picked up my phone, and I jumped online to see if anyone else had witnessed this strange episode. But all my searches came up blank. Could the whole thing have been a dream? But if that was the case, why was I on the floor? I don't know what I saw that night, but there are moments where I see random things that trigger my memory. Every time this happens, I suffer a massive panic attack and nearly seize up again. Whatever it was, it will haunt me for the rest of my days. I put this story to all of you, seeking answers. Have any of you seen this episode? Did anyone else experience the same terror that I have? And above all, if I'm not alone in this, what the hell did you see in that darkness? My father died from pulmonary hypertension when I was only 4 years old. I still remember the night he had the heart attack, watching from the third floor window of my great-grandmother's bedroom as he was wheeled on a stretcher across the driveway. Hell, I still remember that bare and twisted look of the trees in the front yard, their shadows creeping like eerie tendrils across the lawn. This doesn't really have much to do with the story, but it illustrates a point to all those who have questioned my validity in the past. My memories of early childhood, they have always been very clear, especially during that time of loss in my life. This is not something that I imagined. This is not a memory that is vague to me. If I can remember that fateful night, I am sure that I am remembering this perfectly. The real story, it started in the middle of October, not long before I lost my father. Halloween was my favourite day of the year, and that entire month leading up to it, it was always a time of excitement. There would be nights where I would lay awake in bed, thrilled by the thought of dressing up as a cat for the 3rd year in a row. One night in particular, after my mum stuck her head in our room and scolded me for still being up, I forced myself to close my eyes and I attempted to drift off. I was almost there, just on the cusp of sleep, when I heard the door slowly creak ajar. Being somewhat of a clever kid, I thought it was my mum, and I kept my eyes closed while feigning cartoon snores that, in reality, she totally would not buy. It was my assumption that my mum would eventually leave, satisfied that I had finally nodded off. But instead, the door creaked even wider, and heavy footfalls began to trot into the bedroom. Eventually, I dared to peek, with one eye open, to see what was going on. But what I saw was not my mum at all, but a monster. He was by no means scary. In fact, he was kind of cute, covered entirely in thick, orange fur. He towered over my bed with a wide grin of pointed teeth. 2 gnarled ram horns sat on either side of his head, and due to his size, they almost scraped against the ceiling. The monster did not acknowledge my sleeping little brother in the bed across the room. Instead, he held a clawed hand out for me to take. I'm not sure why I thought it was okay, but I accepted his gesture, and I placed my tiny palm within it and held it tightly. Slowly, he led me across the room and towards a blank space of wall where my mother had been intending to put some sort of wicker furniture. I watched in curiosity as this orange monster gently scraped a wide door shape against the wallpaper with his claw, and in an instant, a gateway had appeared. Still leading me with the utmost care, he stepped through, and we were engulfed in a bright flash of light that forced me to squint. As it faded and my eyes adjusted, I found that we were no longer in my bedroom. We were in what I can only assume to be his world, and it was a world that I marveled at. A cobblestone marketplace stretched on before us, filled with stands and carts, manned by every kind of monster you could picture. Witches cackled from a booth full of frothing potions, and they gave me candy corn as we passed them by. Vampires chilled beneath the shade of an awning, selling these decorative vials of blood that glowed like obscene stained glass. There were werewolves, skeletons, mummies, and so much more. All of them busy, preparing for Halloween, and all of them very friendly. Making our way through the market, it seemed to take hours, but it eventually led out into a wide park filled with trees and another glimmering gateway at its entrance. My monster guided me there, and after exchanging a warm embrace, he ushered me through the gates and he waved a cheerful goodbye. And it was then I awoke in my bed. My brother was still sleeping soundly across the room, and the blank wall was back to being blank. During my breakfast, I told my family the wild tale. My mum reacted the way you'd expect the mother of a 4-year-old to react. My dad just smiled weakly. It was a dream, and I figured that was the end of it. But it had been such an exciting one. I wished I could have it all over again. 1 year later, my wish came true. It was again the middle of October, and though it was still an exciting time, I no longer had trouble sleeping. But once again, one night, I awoke to the creak of my bedroom door, and I opened my eyes to see my orange monster shuffling into the bedroom with a sheepish smile. I sprang out of bed to meet him, and yet again, he drew the doorway on the wall with his claw, and he took me away into his world. Everyone was excited to see me, and all of them remembered my name. The witches gave me candy, the vampires hissed hellos. It went the same way as the last dream, winding through that busy marketplace until we reached the gates at the park and bid each other farewell. The next year, I had the dream again, and the year after that, again. It had started to become my yearly Halloween tradition, one that only I knew about. It was not until I was about 11 that the dreams began to change. That year, none of the monsters in the marketplace seemed happy to see me. They gave me and my orange monster stern looks as we passed, whispering in hushed voices that I could not understand. There was no candy for me, no greetings or smiles. It was quite an unnerving trip, and I think that my monster knew this, for even he began to pick up his pace, and he was quick to lead me to the park. When I was 13 years old, the marketplace became a hostile environment. All of the kind creatures I had come to know for almost a decade, they shouted at me in harsh voices. They pointed with bony fingers, spitting angrily, ordering us to leave. For the first time, my monster actually picked me up and carried me through, not stopping until I was safely at the gateway. I was 16 when the dreams finally became nightmares. My monster had come for me, like he always did every year. But something about him was different. His plush orange fur, it had grown thin, wispy, and his ram horns, they had various chips and cracks in them. He still held out his hand and he took me through that doorway. But that was a grave mistake. We were chased through the market, bitten, clawed at, slashed at. My ears were filled with whispers loud enough to drown in. But nobody's mouths were moving. and it almost seemed like they were being spoken in tongues. I was too big for my monster to carry, but I let him pull me along to the park. The other creatures followed us all the way to the gateway, not leaving any time for goodbyes. I was shoved through, and I woke up drenched in sweat in my bedroom. 17. My monster was a shadow of what he once was. There was no chasing in this dream, no sense of imminent danger. There was, however, an immense dread that hung over us as we ambled through that cobblestone marketplace. The creatures stopped still at their booths, black holes in place of their eyes and mouths. They turned and they stared as we passed, though they were otherwise motionless. My monster had to stop often to catch his breath before we finally made it to the park. Before I entered the gates, I enveloped him in my arms and I squeezed him tight, just like I had done as a child. He looked at me with saddened eyes, but he grinned with those big teeth, and he ushered me forward, like he always did. When I woke up, I found my eyes were wet with tears. The following year, I wondered if perhaps I might have the dream again. It was very late into October, much later than usual, and I had yet to dream my dream. On Halloween night, after late night partying with friends, I dreamed in a daze that someone was clawing at my walls. I got out of bed, moved cautiously across the floor to see that the light-filled doorway to my monster's world was wide open. My bedroom door, on the other hand, that was shut, and I was entirely alone. I went through the gateway by myself, wondering if perhaps my monster was waiting on the other side. Again, I was met with change when I found the long cobblestone street was empty, void of all structures and life. The only thing that accompanied me were the long smears of dark brown blood and the scatterings of what I could only assume to be flesh. There was this horrible rotting smell that made me cover my nose with the collar of my pajamas, and it forced me to make the familiar walk with trembling legs. For hours I walked, my bare feet slipping in blood and gore, staining my toes, making me shudder. I called out, but I was only met with the sound of the wind whispering through the streets. As the marketplace ended and gave birth to the park, I came to a halt and my stomach churned violently. There were corpses in my path now, of the witches, the vampires, the werewolves and the monsters. They were mangled, horribly disfigured and discarded in piles carelessly. No longer were they eyeless or cruel looking, but the friendly creatures I'd imagined when I was very young. I was slipping through more blood, more flesh, and I was now dodging bodies and bloody bits of candy underfoot. Straight ahead was the gates, and standing before them was a familiar sight. The recognizable shape of my monster was waiting for me. But his back was turned. His fur was also very patchy I noticed, revealing a muscular grey body that bulged and twitched with veins. The closer I drew, the better I could hear his deep, rasping breaths. He did not turn to face me, but instead he seemed hunched over something. My foot connected with a limb, and I tripped, yelping in surprise. The voice that came from my mouth, it was higher though, sounding like a much younger version than that of an 18-year-old's. The sudden cry made my monster freeze and slowly turn to face me. In his claws, he held the dismantled remains of some kind of corpse. Its stinking, brown blood stained his fur. When he saw me, he grinned with a new set of razor-sharp teeth. That smell of decay breezed out of his mouth. I found myself gawking at the bits of flesh that dangled from in between his fangs. I was a child then, drowning in my adult pajamas and feeling my eyes well up with tears. I stumbled back to put space between us and choked back a tiny sob when he reached out for my hand. "Why?" I pleaded, overtaken with fear as he drew up to a much, much higher height and loomed over me. "Because," he answered. It was the first time that I had ever heard his voice. Yet, I knew that he did not sound that way. He spoke in a low rumble, wrong, inhuman, like something ancient, not of our world. "You grew up." Again, he held his hand out with splayed, open claws, but I did not take it. I shoved him away, and I went scurrying over the bodies below, making my way towards the gateway as quickly as I could. I woke in my room, with my mother standing over me, demanding to know why I was screaming in my sleep and if I needed to go to the hospital. I'm 23 years old now, and I've not had the dreams since. And if I'm being honest, I don't think I ever will. I still think about them from time to time, musing about it to my family and friends. They always shake their heads at me, laughing and reminding me that nobody remembers things like that at such young ages. It must have been one dream, all thought up at once and made to feel as though it had been recurring. But I know that's not the case. I remember. I still remember. They don't make any sound when they move. It's one of the things we all remembered. No footsteps, no breathing, no voice. You'll never know how close they are until it is much, much too late. And once you have seen them, they never let you go. Even if you survive the night, you will spend the rest of your life on the run. Trust me, I know. I am one of the survivors if you can really call us that. We go on with our lives the best we can, running, hiding, praying. Our group met online, all brought together by stories just like my own. I had been searching for years, hoping for any clue about what I had experienced. I spent countless hours scrolling through page after page of useless rumors and fictional accounts. I moved through hundreds of chat groups and forums until at last I found this one, the real thing. People who were hunted, like me. People who have seen them. There have never been many of us. The highest membership has been 6, and the lowest 3. Most of us are single and live alone, afraid of cursing another to our fate. We still spend time on different forums and groups, keeping watch for ones like us. We invite them to join if they wish and offer what little help we can provide. But actually finding someone is a rare thing. We share our histories and our theories with each other, for all that is worth. We support each other in any way we can. Meeting in person is frowned upon, as it is believed to draw greater attention from our pursuers. All of our histories are quite similar. We saw one of these creatures, and they saw us. From then on, there was no real escape. We had been marked, and would eventually be taken. For one of us, it happened as a friend was snatched during a house fire. Another was during an earthquake. Another in a riot. They are drawn to events where people go missing, though there seems to be no other consistent factor. Time of day, country, season, age, these all appear irrelevant. They are easier to see in the dark, as strange as that sounds, being almost invisible in direct light. Survivors have seen them on overcast days, dark figures in doorways and alleys. In truth, even in the best conditions of weak moonlight, you will not see much. Shadowy figures with blank, featureless faces, often still as statues, yet very much alive. They have never shown on camera or video, not to our knowledge. They could be beside you right now. No one would know. Not until it was too late. Once it has happened, once they have seen you, they will always be on your mind, like a gun at your head or a knife to your throat. Every time you close your eyes, they will be waiting. You will see them in your dreams, ghosts at your back. When I first joined our group and found others sharing my experience, I was relieved, but not surprised. I had never doubted my sanity, or thought that this was in my imagination. I knew it was real. I knew that they were following me. We all do. You can feel them watching, feel them drawing close, and you will know it is time to run. Another road, another town, another life. Just to buy yourself a little more time. The name that we use for these beings is Gogoliki. I don't know where it came from, or if it holds any special meaning. It must have originated before the present iteration of our group, as none of us can recall its origin. We don't even know what language it is. Gogo, it may be Japanese for PM, nighttime. Or it could refer to a Greek name, meaning watchful. The best match that we could find for lucky was the name of a volcano. Not much, I know. The word feels like a fragment of something, a tiny piece of an answer. Or perhaps it means nothing at all. It could simply be a nonsense word, chosen at random. Our theories on what these things are, what they are doing, range from mundanity to fantasy. Just last week, a member proposed that these entities were a manifestation of our own fear, that we make them real by simply being afraid. If we could stop thinking about them, he claimed, they would cease to exist. I could not help but laugh. At last, a solution. If only it were so easy. Still, I can understand the need for these flights of fancy, even if I have no time for them. For some, the group is all they have left, the only outlet for our hopes or hopelessness. We have, all of us, trimmed away our lives to make the running easier, to keep our loved ones safe. Eventually, each one of us will stop posting. There will be no response to messages, no sign at all. The rest of us will be left wondering, have they been caught at last? Have they taken their own lives before being taken? It is not an uncommon course of action. Do they still survive and have simply gone quiet? An example. Last year, a member called JD went silent. He had been an unusual case. Despite his situation, he had fought to keep his life unchanged, staying with his wife, keeping his job and home. He had been seen and marked when he was abroad for work, though the distance covered since had offered no protection. He said often that he could feel them searching for him, feel their presence drawing closer. He had dreams of being pursued through barren landscapes, deserts, ice fields, burned forests. His hunters always remaining just out of sight. We have all had this dream. Still, he refused to flee. I do not know what his plan was, whether he thought he could fight them, or believed that they would never reach him. Whether he simply could not give up on his life. He grew quieter over the weeks, more erratic, posting messages in the middle of the night and drinking heavily. It was painful to watch. We all knew that if he did not run, he had little time left. One morning, we all logged in to see his last message. They are here. Of their victims, there is never any sign, not a trace left behind. I've often thought that it would be better if there was something, anything at all. Bones, perhaps, a bloodstain, a report of a cry for help. But there never is. They bide their time, and when they come for you, there will be nothing to do but run for as long as you can. Why do they take their time with some of us, waiting for months or years to strike? As always, there are dozens of ideas, none in any way provable. As for myself, I believe that they enjoy watching us suffer, watching us run. They want us to. In the end, they come for you when you have lost everything. When the running, and the waiting, and the fear has deadened you to the point that it no longer hurts. We must face this truth, that we are helpless. All we have is talk. Yet, we will find no great solace, no revelations. How many people have been taken? How long has this gone on? We don't know, and likely never will. We can confirm nothing as fact. Where they are from, what they are, what they want. We cling to fears and rumors because they are all we have. The strangest aspect of these abductions comes afterward. Those who are taken and forgotten, all memories of them decay in a matter of months, fading away until nothing remains. Example: years ago, I visited the home of a group member who had just been missing for over a month. What can I say? Morbid curiosity had got the better of me. I did not tell the others. In my time there, I spoke to the woman's parents, husband, friends. They were already beginning to forget her. The closer they had been, the longer the memories lasted, but no one was immune to it. I remember meeting her husband and, at first, just for a moment, he didn't even recognize her name. I could read the confusion in his eyes. Why couldn't I remember? He was thinking. Then, hating himself for it. He was in tears when I left. This woman's family had only reported her missing 4 weeks earlier. Yet, already, it was as if it had never happened. No one was following up. There were no posters or appeals for information. Other than her name on paperwork, it was almost as if she had never lived at all. I have often thought this is the true reason for our group. A last effort to be remembered, to have someone know that we lived. It is sad and lonely and desperate. I know that. But what can we do? What can any of us do? We cannot prove that what we say is truth without consigning others to our fate. And I, for one, do not wish that on my conscience. No matter how we were loved, we will become as sandcastles before the tide, dreams upon waking, lost and lost and lost. This is what awaits us, and we are all aware of it. The longest anyone has ever been in our group is 11 years before they disappeared, before they were taken. This is my 10th year. And what of my story? In this tattered old memory, I live in a small town in the mountains. Just my father and I. We were always moving, and always to places like this. It had only ever been the two of us, travelling together all my life. I never knew my mother, or any other family. My father was my whole world. One night, he burst into my room as I slept. I did not know the time, but it was dark outside. I was 7 years old, frightened and confused. I saw his pale face, worried, eyes wide. He snatched me up from the bed, into his arms, and grabbed a jacket for me. "Dad, what's wrong?" He didn't answer. I heard the storm outside, the rattle of the windows, the rush of the rain. It had only been a breeze when I went to bed. Now, it had become a wild roar. There were people shouting in the streets, lights on, cries for help. I learned later that the storms had caused a landslide in the hills, collapsing a dam. The ensuing flooding, it wiped out everything in its path, including our home. My father reached the top of our stairs, and he stopped suddenly, frozen in place, a foot on the edge. He stared down into the corridor below. Moonlight flickered on the floor, and I realized water was already coming in. I remember his stubble scratching my face as he held me tight against him, his breathing fast and ragged as the wind screamed against the walls through the darkness outside. "Dad?" He reached out for the light switch, still staring down the steps. He was shaking as he flicked off the light. It was there. On the stairs, a dark figure, only a few feet away. A shadow among shadows, blank face, watching us, still as stone. "Run," my father whispered. The thing moved, faster than I could see, flashing up the steps, and then I was falling, tumbling down and splashing onto the wet carpet. I looked up, dazed. My father was gone, and only the figure remained. The storm roared again outside. The rising flood pressed against our door, and it burst inward, icy water washing around me. It turned, slow, silent. Even in the dark, I knew that it could see me. I knew that it was looking straight at me. So I fled, out the front door, into the chaos of the streets, wading as much as running. Soaked, freezing, struggling to breathe, and wild with fear. I did not stand out from the others around me. The flood took every building in the town that night, and hundreds of lives. It was a miracle that I was not one of them. No one ever found any trace of my father, and no one wanted to believe the story of a crazy child when so many others had been lost. He became just another name, with only me to remember him. And now, all the years later, I am losing him again. No matter how I have tried, he fades from memory. His eyes, face, words. I replayed everything I had of him in my mind, every day since he was taken. Everything I could, every moment I could, holding on to all I had left. But even that was not enough. No matter how I try now, I cannot see his face. I cannot hear his voice. There is nothing left of him to me. Only the knowledge that he was there. Will that go next? How much longer can I hold on to him? Soon, all that will remain are the questions I would ask him. How did he know about them? How did he know that they could be seen by turning out the lights? How long had we been running and hiding? How did he keep going? It is quite a thing to be afraid of. Not simply death and the unknown, but of being completely forgotten. Everything you were now, as insubstantial as a breeze, with no one to know it. They have never let anyone go. Sometimes, in the desperate nights, pressure and anxiety fold in overhead, like I'm trapped in a falling building. It becomes a feverish panic, and I try to fool myself, to find a way out, to stop running. I tell myself, perhaps I will be the first to escape. They will pass me by. I will leave this all behind and live again. We all lie to ourselves when we have nothing left. They are close now. No more running, I think. No more fear. Is it better to see death approach, I wonder, or live in the ignorance of the light? I do not know. All I can do is sit here, in the dark, and wait. We grew up by an old patch of woods, and if ever we had to walk through the forest, Mum always insisted on 3 things. Stay on the path at all times. Keep walking, never stop, and never go near the tall, skinny trees. Up until I was around 8, we lived closer to downtown, and we really didn't know anything about the woods or ever went near them. But then my parents split up. We were forced to move in with Nana, who lived alone by the woods that I know now is considered primeval forest. The original settlers had cut down most of the old forest within a few decades. But here and there, patches remained for one reason or another. By the time I was a teen, most of my friends started hanging out in the woods, drinking beer, smoking weed. You know how it is. Some were into fishing and hunting. But I wanted no part of that, for reasons you'll soon understand. Like I said, we moved when I was 8. Nana had had strokes, and though she was pretty healthy and could take care of herself, it affected her speech, so she said few words. The old woods came right up to her yard. We had to walk through them to get to the school bus. Not far, only about a quarter mile. It was really beautiful, actually, especially in the fall. The path followed a narrow river where sometimes a beaver could be spotted. Early in the morning, we'd spot deer, Canadian geese, and foxes. But every day as we left, Mum told us to stick to the path, don't stop, and for the love of God, stay away from the skinny trees. Why just the skinny trees? For a long time, we didn't know. As I walked along, I'd be checking out sprawling pines and majestic oaks, and there'd be young trees. Wasn't a skinny tree, just a young tree. When you're a kid, you can dwell on things like that. Like, are there trees that are old, but just stay skinny? How thin does a tree need to be skinny? I was prone to daydreaming while walking, and sometimes I'd catch myself slowing down, wandering too close to the patches of trees along the edge of the path. And I would remember Mum's warning. Stick to the path and keep moving. After a few weeks of living in Nana's house, she managed to spit out some words like she'd been chewing on them a while, struggling to form them, but had to say them. Don't go near the branches, she said, as Mum handed us our lunches and pushed us out the door. My sister was a year younger than me, but already smarter. She didn't try to dig into the meaning of any of this. For her, she trusted Nana and Mum. They knew something important, so whatever danger was out there, just listen to them. No need to think too hard on it. But as for me, my mind ran wild, and though I was afraid, I just had to know. Nana herself scared me, probably just because she couldn't form words easily. Yet, we knew that her mind was sharp as a razor. That combination can be unsettling, always thinking and seldom saying anything. It created this air of secret knowledge. Nana's side of the family went back to the Mayflower. I guess they believed things that the regular church didn't want them believing. So, they came over here to a new land where they could do their own church and tell other people what not to believe. I don't know if Nana was like that. It was more about things she had knowledge of. She wasn't at all religious, never went to church, no religious symbols around the house. But there were just things she knew, like how to make a hot toddy that would put you to sleep and all but cure your cold, how to make tomatoes grow in the shade, and how to avoid being marked for death by a skinny. What is a skinny? I can't say for sure. Mum wouldn't talk much about them, and Nana couldn't. At first, Mum refused to recognize them as true creatures. It was Nana that broke the seal on that one. Thinking back on it, both Mum and Nana are now long gone. I can't ask. But thinking back, I believe the reason they didn't want me to know about the Skinnies was because they were afraid that I would try to find one I wouldn't be able to help it. Yes, I'd be terrified, and I was. But they knew I would not be able to resist the urge. So, what are they? Very tall creatures that are quite thin and have superhuman patience. When I say tall, while descriptions vary, I was told that they could be more than 3 or 4 times as tall as a man, yet much thinner than a human being. Standing still, they may resemble a pole, but quarter the width of a telephone pole. Except they aren't straight, like a pole, but somewhat bent. Usually, they'll bend in the direction of a thin tree that they use to shield themselves, to hide right in front of. They can stand motionless for hours. If you watch long enough, at most, you may see their eyes slowly blink, which you might notice, because they'll be staring straight at you, watching. They are patient watchers. The Skinnies are human-like. Arms, legs, faces, upright. But hard to say much more, because they almost completely camouflage themselves, taking on the texture and shape of the tree they stand against. Like an octopus, and they only move from one tree to another if they're sure you aren't looking. But Mum and Nana were terrified of them because of the mark of death. According to legend, if you were touched by one of them, you were marked. Your days were numbered, and the numbers were small. If you stood too close to the skinny trees along the path, one could reach out with a long, slender arm and touch you. You were marked. Your clock was ticking. However, as long as you kept moving and kept your eyes peeled, you were fine. Not so much because they're slow, but because they don't like to be seen. Once I learned about the Skinnies, naturally, I wanted to know if they were real. And the best way was asking other kids at school. At first, nobody I asked had heard of them, so I figured it was all bullshit. But then, I asked Lazarus. Laz was a kid who largely stuck to himself, but not because he was picked on. No one dared pick on this kid. I don't think he ever got into a fight, because there was a sense that it would not end well for the other guy, whoever it was. Laz was not older than us, but he seemed it. Every school has a kid like that. You know, the first kid to own a dirt bike kind of kid. Laz mostly stuck to himself, reading comic books, and if you went up to talk to him, he'd talk back. Not unfriendly, but a little disinterested. He just didn't seem to need the rest of the world. Laz also came from old stock around these parts, so he knew all the legends and family secrets. So I just asked him, "Have you ever heard of the Skinnies?" He lowered his comic book, and he wore something between a smirk and a frown. "I've heard of them. I've seen one too." My jaw dropped. Holy shit. Without waiting to see if we were even talking about the same thing, I asked where he saw them. Where else he said. Out in the woods. He explained how he'd been fishing when he had this sense of being watched. Over time, he felt like it was more than just watching. Something was hunting him. He didn't get up and go because he figured it was a big cat maybe, or a bear. Moving would only make it charge. But more and more minutes went by, and he heard nothing moving. He had barely moved a muscle for a long time, maybe half an hour, when finally he decided to take off. But right before he did, he saw it. Up against a skinny birch tree that bent one way, then back the other. At first, he didn't know what he was looking at because the thing was so tall. He had to look up to see its face. Before looking up, he noticed the lines that he thought were part of the birch were unnatural. Too vertical. The tree was about 15 yards away, and he made out the creature's knees at about the eye level of an adult human. Little knots from which vertical lines rose. As he kept turning up, this thing, it never moved an inch. So, he couldn't be sure if it was carved into the tree. He spotted super long, spidery fingers, gnarled shoulders, and finally, an unmoving face. He had to squint to even make out that it was a face. Just as he was sure it was just something carved into the tree, the eyes blinked. Laz freaked so bad, he found himself sliding down the riverbank into the river until he was in the muddy water and drifting down the stream. He never even went back for his rod. The story Laz told, it was not told in a way a story like that should be told, around a crowd of kids. Nah, it was just me and him. When he was done telling it, he just went back to reading his comic, like I wasn't even there. I walked away, stunned. They were real. But what about the whole kiss of death thing? That had to be bull. I mean, mysterious creatures, sure, that's flesh and blood stuff, so it could be real. But a kiss of death? That sounded like nonsense meant to scare kids. What could be the point of giving a kiss of death, even if a creature could? So I spent Saturday morning doing extra chores for Nana, meaning she owed me. At lunch, still sweating and tired, I laid it on her. Why the kiss of death? But she would not tell me. Later in the summer, the end of August, when the woods are thick with underbrush, me and my sister walked the path to the bus stop. My sister stuck to the rules, of course. Stay on the path. Don't stop. Avoid the skinny trees. I did too, but I was looking around very carefully. Suddenly, I heard a vicious cry. We ground to a stop. My sister covered her mouth. Whatever it was close. We looked around, into the woods. Then, it came again. I felt, but didn't see, my sister move back. I looked over, into a patch of pines, and spotted the wailing victim. a fox held a rabbit in its jaws, and that rabbit was making one hell of a racket. I clapped my hands together and made a racket of my own to scare the fox, and it worked. The fox let its meal go. But I hadn't told my sister any of what was going on. I just assumed she was behind me, looking over my shoulder. I was about to step into the woods to help the stunned rabbit when it found its strength and ran off, little worse for wear. I turned around, expecting to see my sister relieved in the path behind me. But she was not. She had backed off the path and into the woods on the other side, where she stood next to a tall, dark, skinny tree, having no idea about the liberated rabbit. I gasped, and I whispered for her, "Get back on the path." She immediately did, but she was rubbing her shoulder. "What is it?" I asked. "Something touched me," she said. I was too stunned to speak. All the way to the bus stop, I said nothing, but I kept eyeing my sister the whole way, making sure she was all right. Up until that point in my life, I guess I only thought of her as a pain in my ass, which she wasn't really. But at that moment, I realized I didn't want anything bad to ever happen to her. Later at home, I thought about telling Nana. I wish I had. Maybe something could have been done. A couple of weeks later, on a Saturday, my sister was in the car with her friend's mum. They were going to the mall. The mum did nothing wrong, but a pickup truck blew through a stop sign. Mostly, everyone in the car had minor injuries, but my sister hit her head and died instantly. Days later, I asked Nana about the kiss of death. She just shook her head with sadness and wouldn't tell me anything else. So naturally, I went to Laz at school. Even he was reluctant. But I looked really lost and down, and I guess it got to him. So he took me aside. He said the kiss of death was how the Skinnies made more Skinnies. If someone was marked for death, they'd surely die soon. There was no escaping it. And when they died, their spirit would return to the forest, to the place they were marked, and a process would begin. A process where they themselves would become a Skinny. From that moment on, the seed of an idea took shape in my mind. I was going to see my sister again, and I figured I knew exactly where I could find her. Natalie found the board game in the basement. The title was Bonecrusher Park. The board itself was folded in half. She opened it up and slid it between us after lightly pushing the box off the table and dusting the surface with her palm. There was a black marble texture, glass bubble in the center. Illustrations of pine trees and many squares with different numbers all around the edges. I took a seat across from her and I stared at the packaging of the board game. There was an illustration of a Day of the Dead style skeleton on the front, with ivory face paint and a jaggedly arranged body. The backdrop, that was of a fountain and a series of beige brick buildings. "You have to check this out," she said as she straightened it out on the coffee table. After the box was set down, she cracked a window open behind her in the living room to let some fresh air stream in, a result of her having been in the stuffy subterranean cellar that I rarely go into. She was covered in dust mites, swatted them off her maroon sweatshirt before she took a seat in front of the item. "Why were you down there?" I asked. "I lost a necklace last week. I thought I might have dropped it or accidentally kicked it beneath the doorway. I couldn't find it." "The basement needs a key. How'd you get into it?" "Well, it was left open." My parents were out of the house on a business trip. As a teenager who understood that such opportunities for alone time were fleeting, I had invited Natalie to stay with me for the entirety of their absence. She found a note card with the rules taped to the underside of the board. "Okay, the goal of the game is to break more bones of your opponent by landing in a higher number and strategizing which move to make without the other player blocking your forward progress," she read out loud. "Select which player will be the hammer wielder and which one will be the midnight jogger in the park." She did not see the printing on the back, but I did. It read, "Those within your immediate vicinity will find themselves dealing with the same problems as the jogger if it lands on their numerological birth number." She set the card down, staring at me. "What?" I said. "Let's play," she said. "You can be the bad guy with the hammer." "No," I said. "Why not? It'll be fun." "Well, it seems morbid. I'm more in the mood for a movie. There's a frozen pizza in the fridge." She stood up and folded her arms. It was obvious she was holding volatile words back. The pent-up body language I had become accustomed to when seeing her upset was impossible to hide. "You don't like that idea?" I asked. "You never want to do anything spontaneous," she said as she turned her back on me to face the window. Moonlight streamed in through the glass pane. I repressed a sigh, which I knew she would interpret as dismissive, a sign of defeat or something more personal. I stood up and wrapped my arms around her. I stared at the game. Even when I was younger, I never got into games like Clue or Monopoly or War. I came of age during the video game era, which to me was a natural and, dare I say, superior evolution of what having fun meant. I also knew that relationships sometimes required compromise. "All right, let's play it," I said. "I'm open-minded. It might be engaging. Let's secure that basement door when we're finished, though. I don't want Mum or Dad knowing we snooped around in there." I decided to roll the 6-sided dice first. Per the rules, I started on the other end of the board, and I was only able to move a few squares after I rolled a 4. At that point, I was not impressed with the playing elements, nor did I find it very stimulating. Yet, I was invested in doing everything I could to ensure that my little murderer caught up with the jogger. Natalie had much better luck, and she was able to gain more progress and greater distance from the maniac with her piece. "Hey, we should make a bet," she said. "That's easy for you to say. You're winning so far." "Tides can change. It's still a risk. Whoever loses buys concert tickets to shore." The venue she referenced was holding an all-ages event this coming weekend. Whilst I was willing to purchase the tickets regardless, I could tell the stakes made her happier to participate in the game. "All right, deal," I said. I rolled again. The dice landed on 6. A scream echoed by the window outside. I stood and went over to the pane. My neighbour, Mr. Bentley. He was limping along the pathway which led to his mailbox across his lawn. His right leg, it looked twisted in an unnatural direction. With each step, he put this unnecessary pressure and stress on his knee. His leg reminded me of those Stretch Armstrong dolls. For a moment, I considered calling emergency services, but when I looked even closer at him, I saw he had his phone on him. He fell. His cheek, it hit the sharp end of the white picket fence, the one that divided our homes. The sheer amount of blood that sprayed everywhere on the grass and the painted wood made me nauseous. The laceration on his face revealed a pinkish, white opening. Pus and shredded flesh inside the fresh cut picked up bits of leaves as he lay there in agony. My concern for his safety had obviously escalated at this point. I was mortified and I wanted to help, but I didn't want to get splattered in his gore. I picked up the phone. We were always taught to respect our neighbour's privacy, sometimes to a fault. You saw a man bringing a random woman you knew was not his wife. You did not spread gossip. If you saw a potentially drunk neighbour inflicting an injury on themselves, then it was better to let their significant other shame them than you. Yet, the incident that I was seeing, it had me far too concerned to pretend as though it wasn't happening. I dialed 000. The paramedics arrived with flashing lights and sirens. They strapped into a gurney, secured him in the back of the ambulance, and off they went. Do you think it landed on Mr. Bentley's birth number?" Natalie asked. "Oh, come on. You can't be serious," I said with a laugh. "That wasn't the game. It was his love of scotch. Come on, let's keep playing." The wax figure with a hammer approached Natalie's piece. I hit upon a lucky streak with the dice, and I was gradually catching up to her component. A part of me considered holding back on strategizing so many hurdles to make her slow down. Perhaps if I let her win, we would have an easier night and the game would be over faster. I could check our streaming services for something good to watch, and the whole experience would be a distant memory. We would likely never revisit, as we fell asleep in each other's arms. Yet, the competitive part of me made itself known. It has always been an ugly trait of mine to one-up any and everyone who dared to try to prove themselves as anything better than me. I was a freestyle wrestler in middle school, and although each match ended with a handshake that had more finality than seemingly anything else in life, whatever happened on the mats could only be described as a showing of brute strength and resilience to beat the opponent. This was how I treated everything that had guidelines which could be akin to a contest. I wanted to kill her character and be victorious in this game. I rolled the dice when it was my turn. My piece was barely a millimeter away from Natalie's. The black marble rock in the center swirled beneath the surface, as though it had come to life. It resembled what I envisioned a witch's scrying goblet would look like. It became darkly milky, a telescopic glance into a different solar system. The numbers I rolled came up as though it was some kind of miniature display screen. The outline of a hammer appeared behind those numbers. Bang, I said with a smile as I mimicked the raising and smashing of an invisible hammer on her jogger icon. She did not look amused. She was appalled, and at that moment, I would not have been surprised if she broke up with me. Natalie fell off the couch and through the glass table. As her screams broke through the silence of the room, I looked down and I saw that her wrist had snapped. The bone protruded through the skin. She gazed up at me with her now serrated face, and she showed me the severe arm injury in a plea for help. I didn't waste any time in calling the paramedics once more as adrenaline and anxiety coursed through me. As the dispatcher asked me a series of questions calmly during the crisis, I stared down at my girlfriend as she laid there, wailing. The board game was right next to her, splattered with blood and shards of glass. I had to get rid of it. This was all much too sequential to be coincidence. Whilst making the call and endeavouring to be helpful, I stuffed the dice into my pockets. I reached over by her head to get the board. Her vital fluids and bits of sharp glassware covered my skin, leaving little cuts. I grabbed the board, folded it in half, and tossed it across the room out of rage. "They're on their way," I told her. I hoped my words may be reassuring, but all they did was fail to cause any kind of response, as she was still overwhelmed with unimaginable pain. I walked over to the front door, propped it open so the medical team would have easier access. Once they arrived, they carried her out and placed her in the back of the ambulance. "You can ride with us to the hospital or drive there if you'd like," the lead emergency personnel said to me as he took field notes. Yeah, okay, I'll go with you guys," I said. I sat in the front, listening to Natalie shriek. "Can't you give her any pain medicine?" I asked the driver as we soared down a street with perfectly cut lawns and fountains. "They're putting her arm in a sling right now, but my team will administer something soon." "Please, do that," I said. I attempted to hide my impatience, but Each moment of her audible discomfort caused me to want to protect her in some way, help her navigate this terror she was going through. But I had the sense that I was not only culpable, but completely helpless as well. She screamed again. I sat up, whipping around, trying to get into the back through the mounted window. The paramedic put his forearm out across my chest. "Stay seated, young man. They're helping her. You going back there would be a major safety hazard." "Maybe you should all do your job so I don't have to do it for you," I said. I immediately felt a sense of regret. Firefighters and EMS were my heroes in my household, and my being quick-tempered with them, that was not going to help matters. I knew that. He looked at me before focusing his eyes back on the road. I put my head down and I spotted something. Someone's driver's license is here, at my feet," I said. "Okay," the driver said. "I'll turn it into the front desk at the hospital when we get there. They can log it into the lost and found." I squinted even harder at it, and my stomach sank. The dice had somehow fallen out of my pockets and landed on the numbers printed on the driver's license. I yelled and punched the ceiling. Someone else was now going to experience the pain Natalie was feeling because of me. I hoped that it would not be her again, if any of those numbers happened to be her birth numbers. I clenched my teeth and I waited for another sound. I looked over and I saw the driver's arms shatter. It was as though some unseen deity had crushed the bones from his elbows right down to mush as he slumped forward. The ambulance ran off the road, the wheels grinding, smoke emanating from the engine as it tipped on its side. We hit a tree. The driver died instantly upon impact as the front windshield broke apart. I crawled out and I saw a house with its lights on in the distance. I would eventually reach it, but by the time the residents dialed for help, it was far too late. My eyes gazed blankly through the glass towards the endless muddy plains, blanketed in a thin layer of powdery snow, as the train continues its long journey to my destination. I checked my phone again and reread my text exchange with Nicole from the last time I had service. "The kids can't wait to see you, honey, and neither can I. How much longer do you think it'll be?" The attendant told me we'd be at the station by 8, if there are no more delays, I had replied. "Don't worry though, I'll be there tonight. I love you." This was supposed to be the first Christmas Day that I would be spending with family in over a decade. When I had accepted the work assignment, tracking down an unresponsive witness with an address in the middle of absolute nowhere, I had not anticipated it taking 3 days or a blizzard shutting down the airport. Now, this 14-hour ride was my only hope of making it back on time. It had already been delayed twice. A coarse voice calls for me. I turn. It's the white-haired man sitting across the aisle. He is one of the only other passengers in my train car. He's thin, and he looks quite up there in the years. He's wearing a formal black suit with a matching black and white tie. He wants to strike up a conversation. I'm not normally one to share information with strangers, but he carries a gentle sincerity, one that somewhat disarms me. We chat for a bit, and when I mention that I'm returning to my family, he asks me if I have kids waiting for me at my destination. Yes, I reply, but they aren't mine, not really. They're from my partner's previous marriage. This'll be my first Christmas with them, as a part of the family. Assuming this train gets me there on time, that is. He nods slowly, and he wishes me good luck. He tells me that I have a lot to live for. That he had a lot to live for too, once. But that he's all alone now. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Oh, I mutter. I'm sorry to hear that. Where are you heading, if not to meet with someone for the holiday? His response is cryptic. Somewhere I've been before, he tells me. You see, he continues, there's a reason this train is so deserted. Strange things happen on this line at this time of year. Just don't forget what matters to you most. You have a lot to live for. Then, he removes a blue pill from a bag, pops it into his mouth, and swallows it with a gulp of bottled water. Now, he says, I'm going to get some rest. He lays across the empty seats to his left, and he closes his eyes. I ponder on his words as I return my gaze to the barren landscape outside. I pity this kind, lonely man, and I wonder what he meant about strange things happening on this line. As far as I've observed, everything about this train ride has, thus far, been quite mundane. As darkness begins to fall, the man's gentle snores mix with the regular clickety-clack of the train passing over the rail joints and squats. It's lulling me into a state of drowsiness. I find myself yawning as the frosty scenery blends together in the fading night. I close my eyes and I think about Nicole and the two boys. They'll stay up all night waiting for me, if Nicole lets them. But hopefully, it won't come to that. Hardly a moment passes before my hopes are dashed. My eyes shoot open at the sound of the loud hissing of the brakes. The conductor's voice announces that mechanical failures have prompted an unplanned stop at a station.
We expect a 1-hour delay. Passengers must disembark during the repair process. Repeat, passengers must disembark.
Bloody hell, I think. Part of me wants to scream at the nearest train employee. But I know better than to yell at someone who probably wasn't even at fault. Best to just wait for the problem to be fixed. I text Nicole about the delay as I stand up and don my coat and scarf. Judging by his empty seat, the old man has already stepped outside. I do the same, and I hop onto the platform. I feel a strange, vague sense of familiarity as I read the banner stretched out across the side of the train station. It states, "Welcome to Evergreen," in red and green letters. Rather than spend the hour waiting at the station, I decide to explore a bit. The town around me, it could hardly be more picturesque. I don't know if I've ever seen a town so thoroughly decorated for the holiday season. Smatterings of snow sit on the tiled roofs of the shops in the downtown square around me, as well as the Victorian houses on nearby hills. All are decorated with an assortment of lights, as well as Santa and reindeer figurines and inflated props. The town's inhabitants, they're all adorned in heavy coats, top hats, gloves, scarves. They're trudging through knee-deep snow. Giant candy canes, thick, green trees. Even the occasional snowman line the streets. A horse pulls a couple in a buggy beside me. Children in a park nearby giggle as they pelt each other with snowballs. My surroundings delight me. I feel like I'm inhabiting a childhood dream. It reminds me of the many hours I used to spend watching my mother craft every detail of a miniature holiday-themed town. As I cross a small bridge over a lake, I look down at the family skating across its frozen surface. It's a lovely sight, but I can't escape this uneasy feeling that's growing in my gut. This is all too perfect, too serene. Most eerily, it makes me feel nostalgic. Even though I know I've never visited someplace like this. Almost instinctually, I navigate through the town until I arrive at the main street, packed with Christmas-themed shops and stands. I find myself somehow anticipating the various sights and moments before I even see them. A dog in an adorable elf costume. A series of stands marked Hank's Holiday Market, and a group of 4 carolers singing to a small crowd. It all hits me when I read the sign outside a store covered in wreaths and garlands. Scott's Christmas Confections. I back up as my heart beats rapidly. It's not true. It can't be. This whole town, every street, every nook and cranny, it is identical to the evergreen my mother and I once created. It was my last Christmas with her. The signs of illness were still scattered. She wouldn't get the diagnosis until early the next spring. She spent many of her last months of good health teaching me her hobby. We cleared out a whole room in the basement and we used tables and buckets to set up the town's hilly geography. She showed me how to cut and layer the mountainous backdrop to hide the electric wires that powered the lights and the train that ran right through the town. We set up a frozen lake and covered the setting with cotton snow. For the most part, we reused the people, buildings, and decorations from Mum's private collection. But she and I spent several days constructing and fine-tuning a new shop to add to the town. When it was completed, she let me name it after myself. Scott's Christmas Confections. As I look around now, I recognize each and every item in the busy street around me. Every person, every house, every tree, every light dangling from them. It is all a perfect match from piece to piece. Questions rush through my mind. How could this be possible? This town, it can't exist. What Mum and I constructed, it was an artificial miniature. Yet, here I am, walking through it. Had it sprung from my imagination? Had I shrunken, or had it grown? This all feels so inexplicable, so wrong. I rush back towards the station. The train, alone, is comfortingly real. Like the last piece of a world that I had disembarked from moments ago. I'm nearly back when a sight suddenly catches my eye. Something about a hill that overlooks the station. It feels different from the rest of Evergreen. It takes me a moment to realize why it seems that way. Then, it hits me. That hill, it does not belong there. It alone deviates from the miniature that my mum and I constructed so long ago. Through the fluttering light snowfall, I discern the outline of the structure at its peak. It sits on a small plateau, visible from my current location. It is a house, one that I've not visited in nearly 10 years. My childhood home. The same home where my mum and I built this very town. Its front door opens. A distant figure, obscured by the precipitation and the diminishing light, steps outside and walks in my direction until she is standing at the precipice of a steep decline. I still can't quite make out the figure's features, but I have no doubt who she is. "Mum!" I call, even as I know that she's too far away to hear me. She looks over the town, as if searching for something, or someone. Me, I realize. She's looking for me. My screams to her are futile. She's too far away. I scurry through the snow in her direction as she turns around and heads back inside. I'm not going to leave her. Not now that I've found her again in this impossible place. I ignore everything around me. The man pushing his car out of the snow. The hot chocolate stand. The children laughing on the merry-go-round. As I ascend a lower hill and then follow a narrow trail through a dense wood of tall fir trees. Finally, I emerge to find myself facing the plateau that overlooks the town. The house's surroundings, from its elevated position to the adjacent graveyard and the vibrant garden that surrounds it, bear little resemblance to the deserted countryside that I grew up around. Nevertheless, the building itself is an exact match to the compact, one-story ranch house of my youth. I approach slowly, allowing myself a few moments to catch my breath. This climb would normally exhaust me and, indeed, I feel a tired stiffness in my joints. Nonetheless, the prospect of reuniting with my mother, no matter how illogical the whole situation feels, pushes me along. I knock 3 times at the front door. My heartbeat races as I hear the approach of shuffling footsteps. A lock is undone. Then, another. The wooden door creaks open. A dark figure steps forward. The artificial glow cast by the red and green lights that line the outside of the house illuminate a face, one that bears so much resemblance to my own. I begin to cry. Before I know it, my wet face has dug into her green sweater. She hugs me back. My mother leads me inside. She tells me that I can't imagine how much she has missed me. She tells me that after so many years apart, we'll finally be together again. Everything is as it once was. From the family photos lining the front hallway to the antique grandfather clock that remains functional after decades of use, to the small tear on the fabric of the old living room couch. I find myself sitting by the burning logs of the large fireplace beneath a tall, gorgeously decorated Christmas tree. Stacks of perfectly wrapped presents surround me. When I ask Mum questions about where we are and how I got here, she just shushes me, handing me a plate of cookies in the shape of trees, snowflakes and stars. Just like those cookies that she had always baked for me this time of year. But Mum, I insisted, I have so many questions. All in good time, dear, she tells me. Let's just enjoy each other's company for now. It's been so long. But I need to know, I say. How are you here? How is any of this possible? I was there with you. When you... Mum hands me another tissue as I choke on my words. It's all okay, she says, in a voice I've missed so dearly. We're together now. We'll always be together now. I have so much to tell you, Mum. So much has happened since you left. I have a family now, a wife, and we're raising 2 kids. She tells me that she can't wait to hear all about them. But she wants me to enjoy being here with her a little longer before getting to them. She hands me a present and asks me to open it. I gaze down at the beautifully wrapped gift. A sense of ecstasy coursing through my veins. I am somehow here with my long-departed mother, having a Christmas as wonderful as any from my childhood. The moment seizes me. My mum's face beams in satisfaction as I find myself tearing apart the wrapping paper to reveal a gorgeous floral shirt underneath. I embrace her, thanking her for the gift. The second present is a handmade hardwood sled. As a kid, I'd always been good at sledding, but I had always been stuck with a much cheaper model. I thank Mum profusely, telling her that this is just what I always wanted. It feels true, even though I haven't even thought about sledding in years. A distant, high-pitched sound pulls me back to reality. I remember the train. If I'm hearing its whistle, then... Wait, how long have I been away? I glance at the grandfather clock. If the time it displays is accurate, I've been gone for over 50 minutes. An unsettling feeling grows inside of me. My train is about to leave, and somehow I feel absolutely certain that no other train will be stopping here anytime soon. Mum, we need to go. I don't know what this place is, but we need to leave it now. Mum maintains her long smile. She insists that there's nothing to worry about, that we don't need to be going anywhere. Mum, no. I need to get back to my family, and I need you. Her expression sours. You belong here, with me. I'm not leaving, and neither are you. But, Mum, I have to go back to my family. She raises her voice. I am your family, your real family, and you are staying right here with me. My affection for her fades. I know that my mum, my real mum, would leave with me. She would certainly never ask me to abandon my wife and kids to stay with her. I'm sorry, Mum. I'm leaving. With surprising force and speed, Mum restrains me, wrapping her arms around my neck from behind. She whispers 4 words into my ear. There's no leaving Evergreen. Her grip tightens around my neck as I try, in vain, to pry her arms off. In desperation, I stumble towards the fireplace, ignoring the heat as I back into it. At first, my mother, or at least the figure pretending to be her, doesn't seem to mind, even as I sense the encroaching heat. I begin to lose consciousness as I grow desperate for breath. Finally, her grip becomes too weak to restrain me. I tumble forward. As I catch my breath, I turn to find the figure engulfed in flame. She isn't burning. She's melting. All of her facial features, mouth, eyes, nose, are disintegrating into a liquid that runs down her body, forming a molten pool at her feet.
There's no leaving Evergreen,
she croaks before collapsing to her knees. I don't have time to process this grotesque sight. I know that I need to leave this town, no matter what it takes. Adrenaline sends me sprinting outside in the direction of the station. To my surprise, dozens of townspeople await me. They line the roads and footpaths back to the station. Moments ago, I had seen these same people, men, women, children, frolicking peacefully in this idyllic holiday town. But now, they march towards me in unison, chanting 4 words that I had grown to loathe. There's no leaving Evergreen. There's no leaving Evergreen. There's no leaving Evergreen. The train whistles again. I don't have much time. Scanning my surroundings, I see only one way forward. Quickly, I run back inside, grabbing the sled that Mum, or whatever that thing was, had gotten for me, and I exit to the side. My path takes me through the small cemetery, inexplicably located near the house. As the chants of the approaching crowd grow closer, my foot slips, and I barely manage to stop myself from plummeting into a deep hole in the ground. the inscription on the tombstone. It reads, Mr. White, born January 13th, 1992. Joined Evergreen, December 25th, 2023. I reach the hill's precipice as the crowd closes in on me. The decline is rocky, dangerously steep, but it leads towards the train station. There's no leaving Evergreen, repeat the townspeople, who have encircled my position by now. Seeing no other option, I dive forward in the sled. A nauseous pit grows in my stomach as my speed rapidly increases. The intense wind sends my scarf sailing away. My sled, it lands on a small rock formation, sending it flying. But I'm able to keep my grip and continue my descent. With a thud, the sled crashes into a tree. I roll off and I spot the slowly accelerating train. Mustering the last little bit of energy, I sprint towards the tracks, reaching them just as the caboose is about to pass. I reach out, grab the metal railing, and I pull myself on board. A hand shakes me awake. It belongs to the train attendant, and he's telling me that I've reached my destination. I take in my surroundings. I'm back in the passenger cabin, as if I'd never left my seat. Behind the attendant, I see 3 EMTs lifting the old man from across the aisle into a gurney. His body is pale and limp, but a long smile stretches over his face. An officer asks me a few questions about the man's death. I tell him that I had not seen the man, not since the train had stopped at Evergreen for repairs. The officer eyes me skeptically, and he calls over the conductor, who confirms that the train never made such a stop, and that there is no town with that name anywhere on this line. I spend that evening with my family, who had all waited to open presents until my arrival. It is a warm, joyous occasion, one I chose not to spoil by sharing any of what I had recently experienced. Instead, I hug my wife and children. I remember one thing the old man said: "You have a lot to live for." The paper soon runs a story about an Edward Michelson, who was found dead in his seat at 8:04 p.m. on December 25. Upon reading it, I recall something else he told me. Strange things can happen on this line this time of year. I'm not sure what happened. Of course, the logical side of my brain tells me that I had a vivid nightmare, while the old man, coincidentally, suffered a heart attack. But I also wonder if the train took him somewhere like Evergreen, allowing him to be with someone who meant as much to him as my mother did to me. I think, too, of the graveyard on the hill and the lushness of the garden that surrounded it, almost as if Evergreen needed us to sustain itself. As the months pass, I think less and less about what occurred. It's been almost a year now. My family life is as wonderful as ever. I eagerly await the approaching morning when our sons will excitedly unwrap the presents Nicole and I have left for them under the tree. But today, a package with my name on it arrived at our front door. It has no return address. I drop it to the floor when I see two objects inside. My long missing scarf and a handwritten note with 4 words in alternating red and green letters. There's no leaving Evergreen. What I'm about to tell you is something only my parents know. Though, if you were to ask them about it, they would deny it. Their denial is not of ill intentions, but rather ignorance, and the inability to trust the words of their child. A part of me resents this fact, but I've decided not to let it hold me back from telling this story. I was raised in a small town, a religious compound, fondly named the Goodwill Community. My grandparents had joined the commune during their immigration to my home country and raised my parents in Goodwill. There were these odd rules, such as the allowance of only one outfit to teach humility. The back-breaking labor involved attempting to achieve self-sufficiency was said to build character, and the education that reiterated time and time again how special the church and its members was used to drum up zealous faith. This all sucked, and even as a child that knew nothing better, I still made the connection that things weren't always equal. The top members had more than one outfit, and they would never partake in labor-intensive activities. However, this was not the issue, and it pales in comparison to what they call a send-off. A send-off was usually only for those over 60 or whoever Goodwill decided had earned enough merits. A few years before my family was told to leave, they had started a raffle for those lucky ones ready to move on. Well, my grandfather did not need to enter a raffle. At the ripe old age of 63, he was notified of his send-off. I remember the day. I was halfway through class when a man in a dark cloak spoke with my teacher. Her smile continued to grow bigger as the man spoke. It became so large and intense. When I picture it now, I imagine her lips ripping apart from the tension. The man finished speaking and left the classroom. My teacher turned to face the class. All of our little eyes were trained on her, hoping that she would satisfy our curiosity. Without acknowledging the class, she came straight over to me and smiled once again. Your grandfather has been blessed with a send-off. I knew enough to understand that my teacher was saying I would never see my grandfather again. My mother picked me up from class and we walked back home to see him once more before it was time. I had been told more times than I can count that this was a happy time, something to aspire to obtain, but my mother's red puffy eyes and absent-minded replies to my questions. That told me another story. "Where is Grandpa going?" I asked. "To a better place, Pumpkin." "Will we see him again?" "Well, when the time is right." "Do we have to be old to see him?" "I guess so." I could see my questions were bothering her, so I just walked in silence as we neared our house. Two men in cloaks stood either side of our front door and opened it for us as we passed. I looked up to one of the men, but he just continued staring forward. One detail I can never shake is how much this man was sweating. It was midway through winter, but he was drenched. The armpits of his cloak, they were stained with damp patches. My father was at the door. He gave us both a hug. My mother took a while to let go, but once she had, I followed her into the dining room. What surprised me most was how upset everyone looked. I had spent my entire life believing that this was an honor. But now, it had fallen upon us. It really didn't feel that way. Not at all. Our final dinner revolved around tears and prayer. I was made to give my final goodbyes and go to bed. I remember laying there, my fists clenched by my side. First, I was angry at my parents. Then, I was angry with Goodwill. Why had they told me how great the opportunity of being sent off was if they hadn't meant it? Why did Goodwill have to take my grandpa? That image of my teacher's wide smile flashed through my mind, and I almost screamed in anger. My stubborn kid brain told me the best thing to do was follow Grandpa, find out who was telling the truth. The bedroom window faced out onto the street. Peering through the curtains, I could see the send-off was beginning. Flames flickered off the torches lit by the men in robes, the ones waiting out by our door. 3 more flames ignited. Grandpa was not the only one on our street to be sent off. I crept out of the room, making sure to close the door behind me, and I exited out into the backyard. No fences were barring my way. The compound had loose streets between the makeshift houses. Sneaking between them, I watched these robed figures walk in a column, only stopping momentarily to add another lucky soul into their ranks. The families would say their goodbyes between sobs, and the column would continue moving forward to claim whoever else was waiting. Eventually, the men in dark robes led the group further out of the community housing, past the church sitting on the hill, and into an open field. With nothing left to hide behind, I kept my distance and followed the torches. They continued walking out into the open before pausing to extinguish their torches. All vision was gone. I moved slowly towards the position, but the field was seemingly empty. I picked up a torch they had left behind and I inspected it. The only confirmation that I had not imagined their disappearance was the smoke still smouldering from this thing. Then, I dropped the torch. The sound of it hitting the ground, it sounded odd, like wood hitting against itself. Feeling the ground blindly, I found a metal handle and lifted the door upwards as slowly as I could. Looking through the gap, there was only darkness, and for a moment, the reality of the situation set in. The fear and the panic of the punishment I would receive if I was caught told me, in no uncertain terms, to turn around. And I almost did, until a scream of pain and a flash of blue light lit up the corridor in front of me. I had to see what they were doing to him. I stepped down and I closed the door, sealing myself inside. When I reached the end of the corridor, there was another scream and a flash of light. The light momentarily revealed my surroundings. There were pews filled with dark cloaked people. Within seconds of seeing the light, something strange happened. It feels almost impossible to describe, but the feeling of pure happiness, the sensation of complete and total euphoria came over me, and I truly believe I felt what heaven was. The feeling subsided in mere seconds until a voice yelled, "Again!" Another scream was heard, followed by the light. That feeling washed over me again. This feeling was something that I spent the majority of my time after trying to recreate. I never could. No matter what drug I used, the feeling was not of this world. I felt a hand grasp my arm and turn me around. It was one of the cloaks. His smile was the same as my teacher's, and the pupils the size of dinner plates. Attempting to get away, I staggered forward, but he yanked me back. I felt a thud on the side of my head before it was lights out. By the time I had woken up, my family was already in a car halfway off the compound. We had been exiled from the community. My parents never believed my story. They only believed that I had snuck into a ceremony and disrespected the church badly enough to warrant being removed. I still don't know what they did to my grandpa. I've tried looking into it, on and off during my more sober years. But Goodwill Community doesn't seem to exist anymore. My parents no longer speak with me due to my habits, so I'm unable to confirm if that's really the name, or I've been chasing the dragon so long, my brain is melted. In any case, I wanted to share this with you all. I just need someone to believe me. I'll never forget how cold the wind blew on the day we found those tunnels. My dad always said it was the ill wind brought down from the mountainside that told him when things were about to go wrong. It's the kind of wind that shakes your bones, leaves you feeling as if the air goes right through you and takes your soul with it. And when you look up into the trees, stretching high above that horizon and covered in deep, thick pines, it all makes sense. I own a Christmas tree farm, you see. For years and years, there was never a problem. Until now. The trees have been dying, choked out at the roots. It starts with the bottom, moving its way up until all the needles fall off and the thing just shrivels to bits. The trees next to the forest, they always seem to go first. I wish that was the worst of our problems. A few days ago, a mother of 4 from around the mountainside brought back the withered remains of a small pine that she'd just bought from me. It was dead, all burned up. I asked if there was a fire, and she told me to look closer. The branches, they were not black and burned to a crisp. They were covered in some strange, tacky, dark substance with the consistency of glue. I put my hand near it, and I felt the heat coming up from its surface. "Don't touch it," the lady told me, her voice stern but trembling. "My eldest, he tried to. Melted his finger right to the bone. Welts all up his arms. You gonna tell me what kind of tree sap does that?" I didn't have an answer for her. The best I could do was apologize, but she was getting back in her car and slamming the door before I even had a chance to give her the money back for the tree. After she left, driving off as if the devil himself was on her back bumper, I threw on a pair of gloves and tossed the tree into a burn pile with the rest. The smoke smelled absolutely terrible, like the stench of death mixed with a rotten sweetness. It billowed up into the sky in shades of dark purple and magenta. I think it's all got something to do with the earthquakes we've been having. See, we never used to get that many quakes around here. But lately, we're feeling them every day. The last one was so violent, the ground near the tree line started to sink, taking a few of my saplings with it. Early in the morning, old Luke from next door was out filling them in with bags of soil. "Weird weather we're having," I commented, smoking a cigarette next to the tree line while taking a look into the deep, green woods. "Real misty up there at the peaks lately, isn't it?" "It's always misty," Luke grunted, pouring another bag and using a shovel to smooth it out. "Tell you what's new. I got something pissing around in my chicken coop. Took out all my hens last night." I breathed out a long puff of smoke. "Shit, man. I'm sorry. What do you think? Coyotes again?" Luke sighed. Old, pale eyes staring up into the mountains. He watched the swirling clouds and shook his head slowly as another one of those bitter winds passed through. "Nah, it ain't coyotes," he told me, cutting open another bag of fresh soil. "Coyotes would have eaten them." "Something killed your chickens," Without eating them? I asked. Luke laughed, gesturing to the front pocket of my jacket where I had a box of cigarettes. I handed him one, along with the lighter, and I watched him take a couple of puffs before he spoke again. Whatever it was, it just wanted the heads and the feet. Left the rest untouched. Couple of them. They're only missing their eyes. Nah, buddy. It ain't the coyotes again. It's something else. That chill went up my spine, only this time there was no wind to blame. Luke and I shared a long, uncomfortable stare before the old man pointed at the saplings at the edge of the forest, where my farm and the woodlands met. You got a blight up on your new trees, he said, taking another slow drag from the cigarette. I can help you dig 'em up before it spreads to the rest. Dirt's frozen. A shovel won't do. Got an excavator out back. Tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock. Yeah, I murmured, my gaze still fixed on the mist hovering over the green mountain peaks. Yeah, Luke, that'd be great. I'll pay you for it. No need, the old man said, grunting as he got back to work. It's what neighbours do in times like these, buddy. It's what neighbours do. That night, we had another one of those earthquakes. It shook the whole damn house, sent dishes flying off the shelves and left the kitchen table rattling. When it woke me up out of a dead sleep, I saw an odd glow coming from outside my living room windows. Pink and pulsating, coming from somewhere deep up the mountainside. I'm not one to believe in aliens and whatnot, but I've known enough folks around here to know that everyone's seen something strange. If they say they haven't, they're lying. This should have been the moment I knew that it was my turn. When morning came around, more of my trees were ruined. The needles had fallen off. The branches were brittle to the touch, and that dark sap was rolling down the bark into the snow beneath. The forest had it too. Some kind of strange blight that I'd never seen before, turning the pines sick. No one stopped to buy a tree that day. That night, at exactly 7 o'clock, old Luke came by with his excavator, and we decided to start with the biggest trees first. When he got the bucket down by the roots, the metal began to squeal in protest, as if met with something powerful and immovable. It took a few tries and some unexpected dents to the machine, but at last, a thick and gnarled circuit of plant life was dragged out of the earth in long, twisted cords. Those roots seemed to go on forever, forming a dip in the earth all the way back to the forest. Yeah, that's what I thought, Luke shouted from out of the window of his machine. It must have started in the woods, then spread to your saplings when the weather got cold. I suggest we get rid of this whole row near the... Before he could finish that thought, the ground beneath us began to rumble. Dirt was piling into the hole in the ground, tree branches creaking as they began to sink. Luke's excavator made the most terrible sound, like rusted metal being forced to bend as the treads got buried in the frozen soil. Under my feet, the ground was sinking quickly. I flailed with wild arms, trying to catch anything I could, metal or dirt or branch. It didn't matter. All I did was claw at the ground as the quake took me deeper into a dark, cold pit. I fell on something hard. The tough, gnarled roots were sticking into my back. Old dust rising up around me. I had fallen at least 15 feet down. The air around me was stale, smelling of mildew, rot, and a vague scent of ash. "Damn it!" Luke yelled from above. I could hear the whine of the machine as he jumped out of the seat and onto the ground again. "Can you hear me down there? You alright?" "Yeah," I yelled up, my voice echoing through a long twist of caverns that stretched in both directions. "Yeah, I'm fine. I fell into a tunnel or something." Luke was quiet for a moment, as if trying to search his mind for an answer. I could hear the rustle of branches as he paced around in the snow. "Might be one of them old coal mines. I didn't know they came out this far." I sighed, disgruntled, wrapping my arms around myself to keep warm in the freezing cold. "Yeah, that's great, Luke. But, I'd like to get out of here, you know?" Right. The old man looked around. "Listen, I can drive up to Pinehaven, grab a length of rope from the hardware store, and we'll use the truck to pull you out. You better scoot a bit, though. If this excavator falls in and crushes you, you'll be fertilizing the pines yourself." "Yeah, okay. Just make it quick," I shouted back up, moving a few feet out of the way. It was absurdly dark down here. The walls of the tunnel dripping with some sort of foul-smelling moisture. Luke's footsteps in the snow started to fade, leaving me with just the light of my phone and a seemingly endless void of dirt and roots. I shone my light at the walls, inspecting the tangled plants. Gosh, it just went on forever. All of the trees mingling together into one huge root system that went deep into the forest. I was beginning to think that getting rid of this blight was going to be a lot more difficult than just pulling up a couple of pines. Minutes passed, then an hour, then 2. Luke had not come back yet. "Hey, buddy," I yelled up into the dark, snowy sky above. "Luke, where are you, man?" I didn't hear anything. Not the sound of feet, nor the call of animals. The cold and the smell really got me wondering if there was any end to this tunnel, and if maybe those quakes had shaken loose another way to get out. Eventually, I did what I had to do. I picked a direction, and I got to walking. With just a dim light in my hand, not much battery, and no idea where I was headed. It was a rotten idea from the start. But what else could I have done? The roots started to grow even thicker and more wild the further I inched into the forest. These were old pines, so tall you could hardly see the tops if you stood below. And the further I walked, the worse that horrible stench was. I found it difficult to breathe, choking in that putrid air with the texture of dust and smoke. I said I was not a believer in things like aliens, but there are forces in this world I cannot explain. If you want to see something that defies everything you think you know about this big wild world of ours, you should take a walk deep in the woods sometimes. The tunnel seemed to get bigger the further I went, cutting into the mountainside. And although the dirt above my head was deep enough to hold the weight of many trees, it wasn't silent down there in the least. I could hear the scratching of little claws, the cries of animals, the whispers of something or someone unknown. At first, I thought it was my ears. I thought perhaps the cold and the dark had gotten to me, and I was growing paranoid, looking for noises where none existed. That was before I found the bones in the walls, wrapped up in vines and roots, held to the wall of the tunnel. Bones and rotten, hanging flesh were scattered from one side to the next. It was like some sort of wild, untamed graveyard. I crept closer, inspecting a rotten hand, still dressed in tattered cloth. I can hardly describe the incredible chill of disgust that went through my body as I saw the fingers move. They cracked and snapped as the hand balled itself into a fist, the vines around it wriggling like a living creature. Those scathing, shifting, slithering noises all around me suddenly made sense. The roots were twitching and climbing atop one another, strangling the bodies caught in their grasp. So many human bodies. All I could think in those moments was that each and every one of those corpses could have been someone who had walked these tunnels before. I felt movement under my feet. The roots were snaking their way out of the cold dirt, reaching for my ankles. Without a second thought, I started to run, hoping that if I moved fast enough, nothing down here would catch me. I didn't pay attention to the echo of my feet or my labored breath. I didn't pay attention to the way my light bounced down the tunnel like a beacon for some hungry beast to follow. The smell was getting worse, tickling the inside of my nose and making my eyes burn. It felt like acid in my throat. But no matter how far I ran down, I could never escape those roots and those twitching, shambling corpses trying to fight their way out of the dirt. Some of them were human. Some were something else. As I ran, my light caught their eyes. Some had more than two. Others had limbs or faces that didn't match the rest, like creatures that had melted together. God, they were hideous, but tormented at the same time, groaning, screaming for mercy. I couldn't tell if they reached for me with intent to kill, or if they were just reaching for anything that could maybe free them from those suffocating roots. But I would take the cries of the dead any day over the sound I heard next. The ground shook above me, freeing clumps of dirt that fell onto my shoulders like pellets of ice. I stopped for just a moment to catch my breath, doubled over with hands on my knees. That's when I heard the most hideous sound. The shriek of many animals at once, all combined into one horrible, blood-curdling voice. Something was moving, stomping through the tunnel systems. I couldn't tell if it was one thing or many things, as the sounds of dozens of feet and hooves rushed through the path and made the ground beneath me shiver. As its awful screams grew louder, I had no choice but to run as fast as I could down any and every path that would take me further from that thing. I looked behind me only once, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. In the circle of light, I saw many faces. Human, animal, some skeletal, and others with flesh still hanging, all melted into one terrible creature with dozens of limbs. It had arms and legs it didn't even need, sticking out of its body, its neck, its back. It shrieked as the light hit its many, many milky white eyes, stunning it for only a split second before it began to tumble over its own body parts to get to me faster. I don't know how this thing moved. I don't know how those limbs could lift the weight of the blob of mutated flesh it called a body. But it was racing towards me at a shocking speed. I could feel the ground quake. I could hear the beast knocking into the walls as if struggling to fit through the passageways, but still forcing its way through. My phone was almost dead now. I knew that I only had moments left with the light that was keeping me alive. But with no path of escape to give me comfort, how long could I run? How long before the roots would claim me and I became another pile of bones trapped in the frozen soil? The only force of nature on my side that night was the rumble in the earth itself. Another quake passed through, shaking the ground above and below with fearsome strength. The beast and I both stumbled, unable to keep our footing of dirt and stone as it crumbled around us both. I had to think then, would I rather be torn apart or buried alive? Either way, those caverns would soon become my final, unmarked grave. A glimmer of moonlight from above struck my eye with such an unexpected glory that I thought it was the next life coming to claim me. But as the soil above began to fall and crumble in mounds all around me, I realized that I had a chance. The forest was sinking, trees sliding into the ground in waves of dirt and snow. The beast behind me screamed and bellowed as it became blocked by a barricade of debris. I watched its many arms fighting to dig through the dirt, desperate to reach me at any cost. The roots, those twisting, gnarled roots, reached all the way up to the forest floor. I dropped my phone, leaving the precious light behind, freeing both hands so I could climb my way out of this stinking hell. The quakes rocked me in one direction, and then the next, all while vines wrapped around my limbs, my ankles, my neck. They were trying to drag me back down. The beast behind me shrieked loudly into the night air, pushing its way through one limb at a time. I had only seconds to get to the open air before I would be lost to the forest forever. Adrenaline, fear, and panic lent me enough strength tear my way through the vines and roots until I could feel that cold snow against my hands. Painfully, I dragged my aching body up onto the ground until my knees hit the forest floor, where withered plants continued to crawl their way up my legs and squeeze the life from me. I tore at them furiously, ripping them to pieces and tossing them like dead twigs into the trees. The ground still moved beneath me, but it wasn't the earthquakes anymore. That beast was trying to claw its way out. Too big to climb, but big enough to collapse the soil around it. I picked a direction, and I ran, feet flying as fast as they would possibly take me. I didn't know where I was going, only that I was not satisfied until the world around me was silent and empty. Every day, I regret looking at that creature. I regret walking down those tunnels, attracting its bloodthirsty attention. When I close my eyes, I can still see it, shrieking, lumbering through piles of bones and roots. I sometimes wonder, is it still out there? Still searching? Still waiting for me to fall one last time? When I broke the tree line, I didn't know where I was. I stood at a long stretch of road, winding around the mountainside. In the distance, I saw the tiny shimmering lights of Pinehaven, and even further up, the green, piney peaks. I saw a heavy bank of fog beginning to roll through the forest, covering everything it touched in a blanket of grey. There was a siren. It was distant and soft, ringing out into the night air with an eerie echo. From far away, I watched the little lights of the town begin to disappear, one by one, as the fog bank overtook it, swallowing it whole. I don't know how long it took to make my way back home. I walked through the night, following the twisting road until I could see Luke's old red barn. There was not a single soul on the road. No travellers, no neighbours, no trucks. It was just me, the mountain, and the ill wind. Luke has not turned up yet. His excavator is still stuck in the ground on my property, half buried in the soil. There's a layer of that dark, tacky fluid all over it. His truck is gone. His home is empty. Doors left unlocked, and animals still where he left them. I've been tending to the farm while he's away, but, well, there's no telling when the old man will be back. I'm leaving as soon as I can, moving on to something new. To tell you the truth, I can't look at the pines anymore without feeling sick to my stomach. When my eyes catch the view of that tree line, all I can think about are the tortured faces of the dead and the shambling limbs of an incomprehensible beast. I wonder if it was all part of my imagination or some kind of terrible dream. But then, that ill wind blows again. I think back on what my old man said about the wind and misfortune. Bad things are coming. It's right around the corner, waiting between the trees, perched on the mountaintops, watching over us from within the fog. I don't know what it is. I don't think I'll ever understand. But what I do know is I won't be here waiting around when it shows up. But maybe, before I leave, I should fill in these holes first. I don't like the way they seem to get a little deeper every day. I shifted my Harley to a lower gear. A rough, mechanical click could be heard right away after the bike eased itself down the highway. I've got time to waste, I thought. So, why not waste it well? I wasn't supposed to be riding back home then, but plans had changed. So, there I was. The night was rather still, only disturbed by the distant hum of traffic and the roar of my bike. Above, the moon, though how dim it was, and covered partly by ominous clusters of clouds, blessed my night journey with much-needed illumination. I could feel the cool air coming from ahead. How sweet and refreshing it was, like a soft kiss, relieving and comforting, exactly what I needed. Leaving the busy city behind, I couldn't help but thinking about the future ahead. I had come here to find a job, to get out of the dull and menial flyover country, in the hope that one day I could make a name for myself. But luck had not been on my side. Alas, in my heart, still a country boy, I found myself caged and isolated in the psychotically unending struggle of urban life. I yearned for freedom. As hard as you could imagine, I had to leave my dream behind and come back home. But that also meant I had failed. Being truthful to yourself is never easy. It took me some time to finally admit that disappointing reality, and the future ahead is always uncertain. That decision might turn out to be the right one, or I might wither away in the smothering comfort of home, never to realize the full potential inside me. Staying might also turn out to be the right decision, or I might lose myself in that sea of mindless robots. I wasn't sure, and the thoughts just kept on wandering in my mind. To have a moment or two absent from such distress was a welcoming experience. Night rides really are my jam, and the hum of traffic was getting lower and lower. I found myself alone, but at peace. The only thing I could hear was the roar of my Harley's engine and the gripping of rubber on the dry and dusty asphalt highway. Slowing down, the night wind, instead of hitting hard, it was gently caressing my face like a steady massage, soothing and calming down all my troublesome worries. I took in a deep breath and then exhaled. Fresh, clean. That was all I felt. After a few kilometers, the enjoyable sensation ceased to exist, everything was eerily quiet all of a sudden. The rhythmic pumping of the twin pistons and the sound of the gripping rubber, in contrast with the silence surrounding, seemed too loud. The atmosphere had turned cold, and I found myself shivering lightly from such changes. And the worst of all, something in me was screaming at me, telling me that something was very wrong. Not only did I feel cold, I felt vulnerable. I was being watched. Up ahead, just 100 meters or so, hiding in the foliage of the roadside tree line, I saw a vague silhouette. It was too dark for me to make out anything, but I had a bad feeling about it. The way it was moving under the cover of vegetation, it irked me somehow. As a response, I sped up. I got myself ready to go full throttle if need be. Also, I turned my bike into the other lane, just to create some distance between me and this thing. As I was getting closer, the mysterious thing abandoned its cover and revealed itself. Slowly, I could make out its fur, a shade of matte brown, with a slight hint of orange tint under that dim moonlight. Finally, I saw what it was. A lone coyote. Nothing dangerous at all. Seeing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. But it was not for very long. Suddenly, the coyote stood up on its hind limbs, the way a human would. As it was doing so, I couldn't help but notice how unusually long all four of its limbs were. And something was moving under its skin. Some parts of its body disgustingly bulged up, while others contused and sank in, as if everything inside was expanding, shuffling around. Its fur, matte coyote brown, began to shed, one patch after another, as it was getting taller and taller. The remaining fur stretched out, flaked off like pieces of dandruff. The skin beneath was the color of sticky pale white. Its texture reminded me of those mugshots of drug addicts, of how their hideous faces were always riddled with popping scars and almost seemed hollowed out. Under the moonlight, it gave off this weird and vomit-induced shade of pale blue. It was looking at me. Its eyes were pitch black, absent of everything. Yet, I could feel its gaze piercing through my soul. And it began to smile. Its lips stretched right up to its eyes, revealing a mouth not full of canine but human teeth. Too many human teeth. They were unnaturally straight, covered by a thick coat of sickly yellow gunk. The way its whole body was transforming, yet its smile stayed. It gave me goosebumps. It held out one of its hands. The fingers, though similar to a human's, they were bent in unnatural shapes and positions. I couldn't help but notice how long and sharp its claws were, how they hooked up at the tips, and how it would feel if those things were to tear into me. Then, it made the Hitch Hiker sign, the thumbs up, as if it was toying with me, as if it knew that I was afraid. Panicked, I shifted gear and I pulled the throttle at max. The Harley sped up, but not as fast as I wished it would. The tall V-twin engine just felt like it was running out of power or being revved too hard. A few seconds after, I passed the creature. It took off chasing me. Even the way that its body moved while it was running was utterly bizarre. I had imagined that it would have either run like a coyote or run on its hind legs like a human, since it had shown that it could stand up like one. But it turned out I was wrong. The way it ran was more similar to a cheetah. The forelimbs, then the hind limbs, then repeat. The thing was fast. It would not take very long until it caught up to me. Looking at the side mirror, it appeared that it had completed the transformation by then. I could see its skin, wrapped, very clearly. The skull was human, but its snout was elongated. It had no ears. Its pitch black eyes sunk into its skull. Yet, I could still feel its eerie gaze. All of a sudden, it gave out an ear-shattering scream. I slightly jerked forward. My Harley, straining itself as best it could, started shaking quite hard. I looked down on the speedo. It said nearly 200 k's an hour. Yet, the creature chasing me did not seem to reach anywhere near its maximum potential. Without warning, it leapt forward. The whole bike gave out a crack, as if something heavy fell onto it. The impact was so severe that it broke all the electronics. I had to drive blind. I looked behind, and I saw that one of its clawing hands was deeply embedded into the back seat, dragging itself along the asphalt. And more worrisome than that, my bike was slowing down. It just couldn't compete with the sheer strength of this thing. I tried to sway my bike side to side to shake this thing off. It didn't work. The thing still held on tight. I thought about kicking it, but I changed my mind, since even my Harley could not win against this thing. A measly kick from an awkward angle would do nothing. I was afraid. I did not dare to think about how this thing might kill me. My hope returned when suddenly I saw something ahead. An 18-wheeler thundering down the highway with its bright lights piercing straight through the darkness. Straight at me. I knew what to do, but I would only get one chance to do it right. I shook myself up and I waited for the moment. Quickly, it came. With my eyes squinted from the harsh headlights of the truck, I leapt out from my Harley to the other lane. Before I fell to the ground and knocked myself out unconscious, I heard a loud bang as my bike crashed into the 18-wheeler. I woke up in a hospital, my whole body aching like hell, and almost all of it was covered in a cast. After a while, a nurse came in and checked on me. Seeing me awake, she comforted me and explained to me about my accident. Apparently, I broke and fractured most notably my arms and legs, at least 4 ribs, and most serious of all, 6 spinal vertebrae. I was lucky I wasn't paralyzed or needed to be amputated. Slowly regaining my memory of this so-called accident, I asked her about the truck driver that my bike crashed into. She seemed hesitant at first and stayed silent for a bit, until she said this: "Don't worry, he's fine. You did his job for him anyway." That was not a normal truck. Now, this is supposed to be a secret, but since you've seen it already, I figure telling you the general situation is appropriate. Those things, they used to roam this area at night, until we organized groups of specialized hunters to track them down, exterminate them. That 18-wheeler was one of them, patrolling out at night. When they brought you here, they told me that you were one hell of a brave but stupid arsehat. Fast forward a few years later, I was fully recovered, and I'm now running a motorbike dealership in the countryside. I love this job. It's where my passion is. I guess abandoning my dazzling city dream for the flyover country was the right decision after all. But yesterday, at around noon, one of the test riders came back screaming in panic about a strange creature he saw while speeding down the nearby highway. About how it first looked like a coyote,